I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though.
Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the bag like here I go again. Outside says chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got $1 for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper straight. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a one-on-one. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch?
I'm trying to touch the states this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though.
Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. Run it up. First it with the beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the bag like here I go again. Outside says the chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they burn me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money.
Welcome back to the Rise of Legends for Apex Legends, of course. We have now got day 3 in which the casual carnage from Group C will be looking to take on the absolute Armageddon of Group A. I'm your caster Crabber 3. I'm joined by the amazing Crips and Crips. And around midnight last night, we had a few updates. Do you want to tell me what's changed?
Oof. I mean, this is such an interesting thing. We knew that the update is coming. I just didn't know that the update would drop today of
Yeah.
all days. Like in the middle of a tournament, these teams will be forced to adapt. Now, the two major changes are that the wingman is no longer available on ground. It's now in the replicators. The R301, it's back to ground loot. I don't think anybody gives a shit about Rampage, but yeah, even God SMG is in the replicator now. So a lot of these teams will have to probably land in a place where there is a replicator available, and even the replicator locations keep changing every single map. So I think these teams are gonna have a little bit of difficulty adapting. I mean,
Mm.
for me personally, a pleb like me who's just a wannabe diamond, wannabe master. Wingman not being available on ground loot doesn't bother me all that much because I couldn't aim for jack shit anyway.
That's
Everyone else
terrible.
in this lobby, they are gods at the game. And the wingman in their hands is like a weapon of mass destruction. Now imagine
Yeah.
the tournament without the wingman. Sure, some people can still craft it, but that's still a risky move and you're not guaranteed to pull it off every time.
For me, what's going to be very interesting is what replaces the wingman. Does anything replace the wingman? Are we going to see more of a battle for these crafting stations, so teams who just get the wingmans? Or on the flip side, do we now see rifles like the R or SMGs like the R99 or maybe even the R301 take a more prevalent space in the actual gunplay meta? For me, I reckon these SMGs now are going to have a huge buff almost, just from the fact that the wingman's out of consideration. In fact, I think right now probably the best equipment would be a car and an R301. We'll have to see if teams will adopt that though, going into these games today.
Let's see if they even get a chance to do that, right? Replicators by itself are such a rare commodity that teams have to flock to them. In fact, yesterday also we saw some of the teams, especially the ones who land towards the northwestern part of World's Edge, they were so screwed when there is no replicator available. Usually there's one replicator in countdown, sometimes there's not depending on the rotation, but imagine if you drop in a location you don't have access to that, you won't have any shield batteries, you won't be able to upgrade your armor as well, and it's just so much more convenient. The quality of life is better with the replicators around.
Mhm.
So I kind of want to see whether teams actually consider rotating to specific bases where the replicators are available, or if they just wait for one to drop from the skies and then hopefully chase after it.
It'll be quite interesting, isn't it, to see how this is going to affect the gameplay. For me, I think we're probably going to have quite a bit more engagements at
Hmm.
these starting drops. I feel
Hmm.
like wingmans actually the proudest of them was that they're very good at point blank. They're also quite good at range. Their damage drop off isn't too bad, if
Yeah,
any. So
yeah.
now that that's no longer the case, I think we're going to be seeing teams get a lot closer to each other before they actually start fighting.
Exactly. Let's see what happens when these teams have to force themselves to, take into the new meta in account. I'm not even sure if they're aware about the new meta or the new update. Naturally, there's a lot of things, right? This wingman and the weapon changes are just one of the things. But before we head into the games today, let's take a look at who all are going to be participating. Today we have groups A and C. That means the top two teams, Reignite and Team Burger, that everyone has been looking forward to see. They're going to be
Mhm.
back in action today.
The other team I'm quite interested to seeing is Team ATH, who I think actually did very well in our opening day, despite the
Yeah.
fact that they went into this categorically not as the favourites. The
Hmm.
other team that also did quite well was Team Emmanuel. So these are going to be two teams to maybe watch out for as dark horses. Yesterday, for me, DreamFire had a bit of a disappointing performance.
Yeah, but at least they weren't like at the absolute bottom of the scoreboard, right? They still have some points, and if they play their game today in a proper manner, then they can easily qualify for the finals. And honestly, that's what matters over here right now. Just getting inside that top 20 and making your presence felt in the grand finals, which are starting tomorrow. So, sure, the teams who are sitting at the top of the scoreboard, of course, they're going to have the bragging rights. But I think the storylines that matter today more are of the teams that are between the 15th to the 25th position, because those are the ones who are in actual danger.
And I feel when you talk about danger, right, we've got to talk about Reignite. I'm really looking forward to seeing if we're going to be seeing the Rampart come out. And luckily, we don't have to wait much longer. Our first game is live. We are straight into the action here, Crips. What are you looking for? What are you looking to see here?
Let's go. I really want to see some early game engagements. I want this to be one of those games where the teams have the action spread out for us consistently throughout the game, rather than having like a first few minutes of silence and then towards the end of the game everything becomes chaotic. I don't want one of those games. I want a game where the action is evenly distributed so that I know it's a little selfish of me to say that, but I just hope that the action is spread out evenly so that we can be entertained.
Are you not entertained? I feel like I will be in this match, that's for sure. So, how can you not be when you've got EXO DreamFire, you've even got the likes of Burger and Reignite all in the same lobby? There's no way you can't not be entertained here.
Yeah, all these gladiators over here for your entertainment only. Oh, that's the new Valkyrie heirloom. It looks like a spear. Oh, that is sick. It looks beautiful. This wasn't in the patch notes. And I'm glad it wasn't because, yeah, I'm glad it wasn't in the patch notes because then I wouldn't have been reacting like this. Damn, that looks sick, yo. And Ono has already purchased it. I mean, of course, he's a Valkyrie main, so it makes sense he's got a Valkyrie heirloom the moment it comes out.
Fun fact, have you ever been stabbed by a spear, Crips?
No, but I did cut myself with a knife once, if that counts.
Not really. Do you know what to do if someone's throwing a spear and it's like hit you? Joel, the last thing you do, you don't pull it out. Yeah, you don't pull it out under any circumstance because hopefully when the Valkyrie pulls it out again, you'll see it's diagonal at the base. The reason is when you pull it out, it just pulls everything with it. So the best thing to do is to actually snap it at the handle so you can still move around, and then be very careful when you move to a hospital.
Yeah.
Say that also applies to arrows. If anyone's been hit by a bow and arrow before.
Arrows, knives, anything that you get stabbed with. Doesn't apply to bullets though. Because bullets don't stab you, they just rip through your guts like that.
Yeah, but bullets that's if you have been shot, best thing to do is if you're doing a tourniquet, and actually you'll find that a lot. While we are in the pregame, we can talk about this. Is you'll find that a lot of people do more damage themselves with tourniquets than they do actually help. Because if you don't do a tourniquet properly, you end up really hurting yourself. And you also you force more blood through the wound. If you're doing a tourniquet, you need to do that tourniquet tight to the point where it's agony. Like, a tourniquet will be the most painful thing you ever do in your life.
More painful than the actual gunshot itself?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you're hit by a gunshot, you're in shock. A tourniquet is dull pressure that just gets worse and worse.
My god. I hope I never have to find myself in a situation like that someday.
Or
Team Go ended up finding themselves in a
remember
situation
what I said, and you'll be happy because you remembered. We're going to see Team Goated get the hell out of dodge. I like the fact Team Goated actually disconnect here. Bear in mind that the shields aren't great there. The utility isn't great either. It's just a fairly disciplined way of fighting, isn't it, Crips?
Yeah, pretty disciplined way. Team Goated. I mean, the fact that they were the ones to spot their enemies first, and then they still use the Loba ult out in the open as if it's an invitation for the other team to come in and challenge them, that requires serious nerves of steel. And the opponent that they were facing was Team 420. They've still left that Loba black market available for them. But that's fine. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there isn't much to be looted now. I'm sure they have taken all the good stuff already. Ooh, did he just craft a 2-4 variable scope? That's cool. It would be really great if the observers can, if not the observers, then anyone can show us what's in the crafting rotation today. That would really be game-changing. The batteries and everything are available all the time, but some of these attachments, they change given what day you're playing on. So yeah, I kind of want to see if there's a purple bag available in the crafting rotation. That would be a game-changer. Being able to carry all these meds is definitely a plus point. And imagine if you got a Fuse in your team and you're able to give him one of those larger backpacks. He's going to carry a shit ton of grenades.
That's really worrying. Once he was able to just drop these grenades again and again and again. At the moment, in the crafting station, you've got a purple light mag, a 2x4x scope, a respawn beacon, and a knockdown shield. I imagine a gold one.
Ooh, the respawn beacon is going to be a game changer. But let's see if the teams actually get to use it or not. They obviously wouldn't want to do it in the first place. They would much rather prefer to keep their teammates alive than bring them down with the mobile respawn beacon. But yeah, you don't always get that choice. You don't always get to pick up the fights you want. And that's what Team Emmanuel is going through right now. Their Bloodhound used up his Beast of the Hunt, and he didn't get to, get any kills out of it. So they're going to be disappointed, force a couple of alt accelerants down his throat and get that Beast of the Hunt back online for the next engagement. But for now, they've let one of these teams escape via the cave system, which leads to its overlook. And POWERPOP Girls, just like that, has been eliminated. Damn, we didn't even get to see that.
We didn't get to see them yesterday either. They had a really shaky performance. See a Watts of Web utility there. Lovely shot from ATH. One of the teams who said you need to watch out for, and for good reason. And these guys are feeling it. My god, are they feeling it.
They've got such a defensive squad too. They've got a Crypto and the Watson. The two characters which are really good for late game. Oh, and if he just keeps on farming his damage like that, then he's gonna turn this house into one of those armories where you just hold on forever and ever, while the teams around you continue to swarm and pick up every location that's available.
Everyone's fighting their building and they're getting nestled in for the night. Thus far, though, we haven't seen any significant fight really happen. It's been skirmishes. It's been sort of almost getting a feeling for each other to see how this map's going to be playing out. And what we saw from what we saw from Group A, yes, when they played on Monday, was quite interesting because they were a team that really valued just waiting for the final zones.
Oh my lord. There comes Team 420. They have been eliminated as well. So we just caught a little glimpse of Team Clutch Ministers use a jump tower and land in the vicinity of Lava Siphon. And we saw that just like a second ago. And before we can even move to their perspective, they've eliminated Team 420. This happened within a matter of 30 seconds. That was super, super fast. I really wish we got a chance to see it, but hey, the fact that it happens that quickly kind of makes me scared for everyone else who's not Clutch Ministers. And it's good, right? Because Clutch Ministers were having a terrible day yesterday.
But now, BRP, one of the names that were on the tips of our tongue for the majority of yesterday, actually. Still in rotation here, surprisingly running the Mad Maggie.
Another unorthodox pick that we saw from BRP yesterday. Raki, he didn't have the best of the days yesterday, but there was this one game where he went absolutely berserk, just like EXO over here, letting Zero pass by and then pulling the trigger after he's not paying attention. Leshko and Sharky now find themselves in an awkward situation where they might be forced to just let this teammate go. They have to just save their own lives right now. And they're separated from each other too. No trading potential available unless Leshko manages to go around the other side and join Sharky. And he's done that. But still, the loss of Zero is going to be extremely difficult to deal with.
Oh, EXO, remember they're a clan that we've seen do so damn well yesterday. Now we have two Titans duking it out.
2 versus 3, the Titans go up against each other. The missile swarm, it stuns most of them, and that leads to the death of Sharky. It's just down to one more player now, and somehow he's managed to get away from the region. But Leshko, they're toying around with him. He's trying to go for the shield pop just at the last moment, but in the end it's Ziki that takes him down, and just like that, Team Reignite is out of the game. They were one of the best teams in the lobby, and having them getting eliminated early on is going to make a lot of other people really, really satisfied.
That was a nasty ambush set up by EXO Clan, though, you've got to admit. I mean, two players in a bit of a crossfire, and then just bursting onto that first player. What? There's already a player down. What can you hope to do? What can you hope to do, Crips?
Exactly.
Such a strong opening.
And the fact that they don't have any scanning characters meant that they just walked into that building assuming that everything's fine, assuming that there's no danger. And then when Zero starts getting shot, my goodness, that must have been like a jump scare for him. That must have been like straight out of a horror movie. Like, you don't clear the angle, but then again, you're not playing a game where clearing the angles is all that necessary, right? You just assume that a particular building is occupied or not, and then you can only clear the angles if you have like a scanning character, and the lack of it makes things difficult. Dewa United also in the vicinity, so it seems like every team is now gambling for Lava Siphon. We saw Team PRB in the vicinity, even Dewa Clan is coming in now. We already saw this one team who had like they had like a Crypto and a Watson in the same team. So all these people are just starting to group up over here.
With everyone grouping up as well, it's our chance to just farm shields. You look at Dewa here, again, another team that ended yesterday on a really, really strong note. Surprisingly, not a single shot landed there.
That's okay. We all have our days.
We all have our days. For me, Crips, I have less days than many others.
Well, I think I can high-five you on that one.
Yeah. God, it sucks to suck, doesn't it?
Oh, this could be interesting. The central building has been taken over by Team BRP, who at one point were in one of the smaller houses, but now they have upgraded to a nice big building for themselves, which is somewhat harder to defend, but then again, it at least gives them a much better line of sight around the surrounding. CRYPTIX Esports rotating in 20 late. DreamFire, they've taken the one opposite the central building. This is the one that's connected to the tunnels on the other side. So in case things go wrong, DreamFire at least have an escape avenue. And the tunnel is still inside the ring, so it's not like they're going to have to tank zone damage to do it.
I love how effective this spell is. Bear in mind, it's got a deceivingly high fire rates.
It is. It's super fast. And I still think that the... do
You ever fired a bow and arrow?
I've used a bow and arrow once, yeah.
Yeah.
It's much harder than it looks.
Yeah, it is much harder though, especially when your target's moving.
Yeah, especially when your target's moving. My target was stationary, but I just couldn't launch it with full power. You have to pull harder the...
Yeah,
you have to pull a lot harder than you think, yeah.
We attached like a tree stump to a low-hanging branch and just swung it on like a rope, so it's moving. It was a lot of fun. I do recommend archery to anyone who's interested.
Yeah.
It's also a bit more accessible than shooting.
Oh, definitely, a lot more accessible. You can find archery ranges everywhere in my city. Yeah. But shooting ranges, nah. At least not the ones which offer you actual guns.
Got a closed door here.
On the topic of allowing guns, do you know Canada have such a cool way of doing it? Because the Canadian way of in the UK, you're not allowed calibers, so each one has to agree. So if you're allowed 5.56, any weapon with 5.56, all yours. In Canada, they list all the guns you're not allowed. It's great.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You wouldn't want people roaming around with M4s at 5.56.
Exactly. So it's just a huge list of just guns you're not allowed.
And India guns aren't allowed. You can't do it.
Allowed BB guns, are you?
Nah, not above a certain... Not BB guns who have like a certain amount of range, like not the ones that can shoot above 100, 200 meters or something like that. But then again, I'm not an expert on these kind of rules. I'm more than happy just shooting my guns in Apex and missing all my shots over there than doing it in real life. Oh no, not like this, Waltzy! He's able to get the jump onto Daniel Avocado and Matt D as well. They thought they were safe.
Perfect.
That was just rotated inside, and oh, this is so damn bad. They really thought they were safe inside that bridge too, but then the angles, they revealed themselves.
What does Ziggy Blue do here? What does he do? I mean, moving would mean risking yourself to be shot. He is just about in the zone. There's no way he gets to the banners. So, honestly, it might just be a matter of hiding and then just playing for placement here.
I mean, the place where his Gibraltar died, the place where Matt D has died, there's a respawn beacon right next to it. So if he's feeling adventurous, he can still call them down.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage from Jarrow there. Remember, Team Burger and Reignite, they've just got back from ALGS. Like, they are tournament ready right now.
Yep, they're in peak prime condition, ready to rumble. I don't think there's any team that can actually stop them right now. But, speaking of that, there is a team who can actually share a compound with them. So while Jarrow is busy shooting at the other guys with his longbow, his teammates have spotted one squad that's extremely close to them, right inside their building. They're okay with sharing because they know that the other squad can't push them. They've got plenty of these caustic traps laid down everywhere. And the moment one of them pops, they'll know that someone is coming closer. Look at the amount of pots and fences in there. That's just ridiculous. But here comes EXO Clan. They're the ones who are going full send. And just like that, within a matter of seconds, they eliminate CRYPTIX Esports.
I won't lie, EXO Clan, they were full steady it yesterday as well. It seems we have found our aggressive team. We thought it'd be Reignite. Turns out, no, it's not. And oh, DNC, did they spot the lone player? Yes, they did. Oh no! The lone Valkyrie trying to desperately run.
Healing inside the supply bin. And she's escaped. DNCPP didn't see her. His teammate did, so he's going to pass on the information. But in order to
She should've got
chase her
away.
down, they're going to have to go around the other side of the bridge. Oh, now, this is the funny part, you know? They saw a Valkyrie, they shot a Valkyrie, and on their screens, another Valkyrie squad just took off in the air. We know that the one they were fighting was a solo, but they don't. They still think that the team has escaped.
I want the Valkyrie to win now. That's my that's my wish. For the lone Valkyrie on the low grounds to win this. I know they won't, but I could dream, right?
Yep, you can always dream. Those guys, though, this is not at all a dream come true scenario for them. They're stuck up on the crane, and they've got the Gibby defensive bombardment being rained on them, even the missile swarm for that matter. All they can do is just sit and heal up there. They don't have the angles to continue fighting over here. If they do decide to continue fighting, they're going to have to maybe drop down and get inside the ring. Meanwhile, they're just on the edge of it.
Shield battery here.
Look at this little roam now that everyone has. Just desperately trying to get to this high ground. DNC, they jump up. Oh, that's a big shutdown from the Valkyrie. Opting out of that engagement instantly. But for DNC, luckily for them, they also have a big shield advantage here. They have been harassing this team for so long that I doubt we'll be seeing anyone in position to actually stop them. And you see Dewa just find themselves a little building. They set themselves up for a defense here. And what's going to be interesting to me, Grips, is how this fifth zone changes the sculpture of the map. Bear in mind, I believe half of it is actually going off the ledge here into the lava.
Exactly. Half of the zone is not inhabitable. The other half, it consists of just one building, which is already probably being held by some of the other team, and one little trailer controlled by Dewa. I'm not even sure if Dewa are safe in that position because they don't have a Watson, and if anyone throws a bunch of grenades at them, those nades will not be negated. If you had a Watson, at least the ultimate can destroy the incoming enemy ordnance, so that makes things a little easier for you. But here we have Team Emmanuel. They've already got a team behind them. They can see the bunch of Watson fences over there, but they're just too scared to push. And of course, that stands to reason. Anyone would be scared to push a scary Watson fence like that.
Vault setup as well is going to make this defense really easy with the bang of smokes. However, looks like Burger don't actually want to push this. They want to continue holding their Gibby shield and just wait to play the time to see what's going to push them. More importantly, if there are any fights they could potentially third party here on rotating teams.
Oh, I'm not sure if these guys will be able to get any angles on the rotating teams unless they push them inside. Team Burger now has the opportunity to gatekeep one of the other ones. They're stuck in the other room and they need to come upstairs. Meanwhile, there is a third team waiting for them on the roof. So the team that's just trying to enter the room, those guys are in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, Team Burger can just sit and chill.
Elsewhere, Gibby deploying that ultimate for the time being. DreamFire, they a bit of damage on their rotation, but they enter the absolute cluster there. North side of DNC and ATH all go within the same breath. Elsewhere from the flank, DreamFire realize need to fight someone fast. Ready with that caustic ult, isn't going to deploy it. Instead, they're all going to heal up in each other's Gibby shields. The Arc Stars get deployed, both of them start going off. However, we are waiting to see who takes the first shot, who's able to identify these players. There's a beautiful Arc Star, a lot of damage done to them. BRP elsewhere, they just get the hell out of there. For BRP, surprisingly, they've been able to med up without being punished too hard. DreamFire hesitant to push. Instead, they stack up and they'll wait to see what's going to be changed. More importantly, who else is going to try and join in on this fight?
I don't think anyone wants to join in on the fight by full sending it. They can take pot shots from far away, but these two teams are probably in the worst positions of them all. This is a lose-lose battle for either of them. DreamFire now trying to finish the job as soon as possible so that they can get inside the zone because there's only 18 seconds left. Luckily for them, there's a myriad of dead boxes available over here, so healing is not going to be a problem. But getting inside the zone and the time to do so, that definitely is. At least BRP are able to scoot themselves away from this region. They avoid DreamFire for now and try to go towards the low ground where there's yet another team on the other side of the cliff. So these guys might as well just consider pushing the first team rather than the second one. But what did DreamFire do? They have so many options. They are also confused right now.
Not how much space DreamFire have at the moment. They're just catching out players with dancing between Gibby ults here. There's so much damage being done, but no kills. EXO Clan, they may be one of the first to kill here. Elsewhere, it's EXO to actually be eliminated. They lose the gunfight. BRP, this might be the ones to get jumped upon. They're still able to hold it. Elsewhere, DreamFire wants to come in. They want a piece of the action on this BRP engagement. But they're just not able to get there in time. Now here comes that push. Here comes the full send for Pete. Can he defend it? Caustic Crowds are being deployed to the top of that Gimme shield. There are grenades being thrown in as well just to buy a bit of space there. They're not quite landing, but they are about to be going off. And because of that, here comes that push. Both teams given a chance to heal up. However, there's actually a disengagement to come from the attackers of DreamFire. They survived for a moment longer.
Oh yeah, the defensive bombardment is definitely going to force them to disengage, but it actually ends up buying time for BRP. They get a knock, Team Burger goes down, and all they have to do now is get the shot onto DreamFire. They're already burning them alive. The Mad Maggie is going to negate the Gibby bubble and keep them unsafe in that corner. Even the caustic gas is going to choke the hell out of them. They've still got the Mad Maggie ultimate available. If things go south, they can always use the Wrecking Ball to just dislodge them away from this blue box and yeet them into the orange ring over there. But will that be possible? DreamFire have the marginal high ground advantage right now. Is that going to be enough to convert the window? They're able to land the Peacekeeper shots, but all their opponents are hiding directly below them. The amount of angles that DreamFire have are decreasing. Player K goes down, but instead, Scraping Fire takes down two. Pika now down to the last person. It's down to a 1v1, and DreamFire actually clutched this one out. This was so damn close.
What a round from DreamFire there. They absolutely decimate everyone. And for DreamFire, they held that high ground for so long. They were just harassing every player that even looked at them there. What a strong round. More importantly, what a way to be able to show the rest of your teams that yes, Reignite may be here, yes, Burger may be here, but they frankly don't care.
They just simply do not. I love the fact how DreamFire was able to avoid getting third-partied. And at one point, I thought that this is a lose-lose battle for them because they and both BRP were on the edge of the zone in requirement to move away. But then all the other teams who are in the bigger lava siphon buildings, they ended up dying. So now they don't have to worry about getting shot from the other side. They can continue holding the position that they have and just move ahead inch by inch to just make sure they don't take ring damage. And that should be enough. DreamFire, the patience in these players is so good.
Now we go into game 2. I'm really interested to see if there's going to be any recovery from the likes of Reignite, for instance, who actually just got mobbed by EXO Clan. They pushed it and just walked into crossfire, and EXO, it looked like they'd actually set up a trap for them there. I love the fact we're seeing teams set up traps to one another. I'm all for it, but now for Reignite, they have to be vigilant of every corner they pass, and the fear, the paranoia that's now just been instilled into them is really making me excited as to what's going to happen in game 2.
Yeah, I love the way how Team EXO were able to set up that fight for Reignite. But what I love even more about them is that how they were one of the only teams to get close enough to the place where DreamFire and BRP were holding. Keep in mind that EXO Clan was very they were in one of the bigger buildings. I do believe that they might have been just one of those squads which was sharing the compound with Team Burger, although I can't be sure about that. But they definitely survived a lot longer than I thought they would.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. So let's see just how they were able to craft such a victory. And for me, EXO were very aggressive in the early game. I feel like EXO sort of paved the way for DreamFire in the sense that once DreamFire were actually able to eliminate EXO, they took the top dog spots.
Exactly. I mean, they made quick work of their opponents right here. It was a pretty simple fight for Team EXO. They destroyed Reignite, especially after Zero went down, and then they continued to chase all the other ones as well. They destroyed Team CRYPTIX too, so that's 6 easy kill points for them. And when you've got 6 kill points and you get into the top 5, you have more than 10 points a game. That's the average that you need to be at if you want to qualify. But this position that DreamFire was holding, consider circumstances for them, right? There's already 2 teams fighting on their left-hand side. Both of them die when DreamFire third party at the opportune moment. EXO Clan directly underneath them is busy fighting for their lives, and they make note of it. As soon as EXO Clan gets eliminated by BRP, DreamFire, they focus on the team towards the right-hand side. So then BRP somewhat gets a chance to heal themselves, but all the other teams have been dealt with, and now it's just boiled down to a 3v3 fight between DreamFire and BRP, which, sure, DreamFire had the high ground on, but I was really paranoid that maybe if the Mad Mackie ult gets used up over here, then they will lose. But yeah, they never got a chance to capitalize on it. They used it, it didn't go according to plan, and yeah, that is how the cookie crumbles.
I think personally, I'd much rather see that Maggie will get used much sooner, much sooner. It feels like they were holding on to it for the perfect moment. So when good moments presented themselves, they just didn't take them because they thought, okay, the perfect moment's coming, so that'll be okay. We'll just wait for the perfect moment, and it just never presented itself. Going into game 2, I think Mad Maggie has had some very situational advantages. I don't know how good she is overall at the moment. I'm still waiting to be convinced.
Yeah, I'm not completely convinced, especially not with the ultimate part, but I do have to appreciate the way he was using the riot drill, and he was using it in the most creative ways, not just against the Gibraltar domes, which is the intended purpose, but he was also using it to flush people out of cover. Sometimes he was using it to make sure that people can't cross over a certain staircase and they're forced to jump over the other side. I'm talking about that one fight where BRP was just busy healing, or I guess reviving one of their fallen teammates. And just to make sure that they don't get pushed, they used a riot drill upwards, like not horizontally, vertically upwards, to keep the enemies away from them. And it bought them enough time to revive their fallen teammate.
Yeah, absolutely did a really, really strong round. Just so we'll be able to head to a short break before we bring in map 2. But before we do, Crips, on map 2, how do you think that DreamFire is going to be able to continue this success, or do you think it came down to a little bit of circumstance?
Um, I think they can definitely recreate this success. If not in map number 2, then definitely in map number 3. I am yet to see something impressive from them in the
Mhm.
Storm Point games. But then again, their playstyle is more suited to World's Edge because they don't move, they don't rotate all that often. They're more like a turtle team. They move pretty slowly, but they do it with absolute authority, right? When they
Yeah,
take control of an area, they just simply don't let go that easily. So they advance pretty slowly, but the route that they take, it's gonna be the hardest route. It's not like they avoid fights. They go through the thick of the action and they take a bunch of people down along the way. They're like a war elephant, you know. They just
yeah,
love to just trudge through that uh, s- army of dead bodies over there. They love all the action.
yeah. They absolutely do. It's going to take a look at the scoreboard though. Let's see who was actually able to win, and if they were able to do it on a lot of points. And I mean, hey, we knew DreamFire had a good game. I think it's just shown there. 22-point game, a very respectable scoreline. I want to highlight actually. You look over to 17th place, Reignite. They went out so early.
Reignite. I can't even blame them now, can I? They thought it was safe. They walked into a room and Zero gets beamed down instantly, and the other 2 people are already at a disadvantage, so what can they even do? Reignite, my heart goes out to them. They had a pretty bad game, but then again, they can bounce back. I'm
Mhm.
sure they can.
Yeah.
My heart really also goes out to DNC. They were still there in the final few zones, but again, we saw this one little wave where so many teams got just knocked out instantly, right? In just a matter of seconds, high dynamic range, DNC, ATH, and Bomber Boys were all eliminated back to back.
I'm interested to see if EXO Clan and kind of the likes of Team Burger, the teams that we expected to do well, and the teams from sort of Group A, I wonder if they're going to be able to continue this sort of dominance, or if some of the Group C teams like Dreamfire are going to be able, or Northside even, are going to be able to keep harassing them. Now, Northside, I'm surprised they did so well because we didn't see much of them that game, did we?
I mean, uh, depends on how much you call. We didn't see much from them. Depends on your definition of much. Uh, I was still okay with the amount of I was still okay with the performance that they put up. But then again, you can't really blame them, right? They were kind of zone screwed. So hopefully the next game's a better one for them. Uh, the one team that I did not expect to do well, but they did, was Team Emmanuel. Uh,
Mm.
they were able to, I believe, they got inside the compound that at one point was being held by DEADBEATZ, and they were able to just instantly get rid of them and take it for themselves. But more than that, they were able to get 6 kills, and that's
Mm.
pretty impressive, considering that this zone is so difficult to stay alive in, and there's so many teams everywhere. The fact that you can knock a team, knock a enemy, and not push them is something that's going to be very
Mm.
frustrating. You get that knock, but you're not able to convert that kill. They were able to convert those as well. So I think that's still pretty
Mhm.
impressive, especially from Team Emmanuel.
Let's see how they can do in map 2, which we'll be able to bring you in just a moment. However, before we can bring you map 2, we are going to have to go to a quick break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We just saw map 1 get taken by DreamFire after EXO Clan were able to ambush and eliminate Reignite in a ruthless degree of ferocity. We're now moving to map 2 where Reignite are going to look to find their footing and potentially take their vengeance. Of course, I can't talk you through that alone. I'm your caster Crammer3. I'm joined by the amazing Crypts. How do you feel about this one?
I kind of feel like Reignite might have to wait a little bit more in order to taste success, because you know what else we're going to be tasting now? We're going to be tasting the wrath of Team Burger. We're heading into Storm Point, and we've already established that on day 1, Team Burger were performing really well in the Storm Point games, but not as much in the World's Edge games. Now that we're heading into their stronger map, I kind of want to see if they can bring back the same magic again, or will someone else order the burgers today?
We'll have to see. This meat stand ain't going to stay here for much longer. So, as we go into this, I think the main thing I want to highlight from last game is the Mad Maggie pick. I feel like Mad Maggie has her place in these maps. However, when you're waiting for the perfect ult, it means that you actually forego a lot of circumstances where using that ult would have been just perfect. Luckily, our second map will be starting very shortly, so we can actually just go straight into the action and see how Mad Maggie will fare over the course of this map.
I honestly believe that on a map like Storm Point, Ashe makes much more sense than picking up Mad Maggie. I mean, consider this, right? There's plenty of cover available in Storm Point, especially smaller cover, which includes rocks and trees. Sure, the hard cover, which is something along the lines of a building or maybe like a compound, it's not that commonly available. But I think Mad Maggie is going to have significantly lesser value in this map, especially when you can see the Rolling Thunder, I'm sorry, not the Rolling Thunder, the Wrecking Ball coming from like a mile away, right? This map is so huge, you can easily dodge that. Ashe, on the other hand, it's going to give you all the information you need, tells you where everyone's dying, and on a big map like that, that could help you chart out your rotation paths pretty safely.
Absolutely, and what I quite like as well is when you go for these kind of very center map drops, your chance to get into a decent position for the kind of first 2 or 3 zones is going to become much easier. We do have a small skirmish outside of market, however, no one's going to be facing the lethal or business end of any of these guns just yet.
Skull Hunter already has engaged with the enemy. Dangers are also trying to take pot shots from the other side, but their opponents don't seem to be that keen on fighting. Neither is DEADBEATZ for that matter. They escaped from the southern side of Cascade Falls. Their opponents still holding the northern side, but starting to move away. Now, Cascade Falls doesn't offer all that much loot for 2 squads to be satisfied at the end of it. So DEADBEATZ at least have access to this little waterfall over here. If they can shoot down the spiders, they can get plenty of good attachments for themselves. Ammo is going to be available in abundance. So Team DEADBEATZ should be fine, but I can't really say the same about their opponents, because since they've decided to go towards the northern side, they will most likely have to go towards Command Center. And now I'm not sure if there's a team already in Command Center or not, but nobody really leaves that area unoccupied, so they will still be in trouble, most likely.
If you're not in Command Center, someone else will be there.
Yeah.
And it looks like there's actually that seems leaving just as PROJECTXXX show up.
Oh, but I'm not sure if they'll get to leave though. PROJECTXXX, they're starting to push them towards the edge of the map over here. Meanwhile, inside the cave, we have CRYPTIX Esports going up against ME. Will they be able to survive this one? Hitachi needs to put his enemies under a Genjutsu if he really wants to shine over here, but the moment he comes across the other side, 2 people start shooting him at the same time, and that is it. Sharky will put them out of their misery. Back to PROJECTXXX in Down Beast.
Instant shutdown, PROJECTXXX. That's Clutch Ministers to go again. God, our heroes from the Open Qualifier are really getting pummeled at the moment, and for PROJECTXXX, another team that has also had limited success over the course of this tournament, being able to get a strong opening, being able to get all of this loot is definitely going to help them, maybe even benefit them in the long run.
It's not just going to help them secure loot and whatnot, but it's also going to be super important for their confidence. Keep in mind that PROJECTXXX was basically bullied by Clutch Ministers during the qualifiers, and now they've exacted revenge. This definitely should make PROJECTXXX pretty happy.
should do. I'm interested to see if there's going to be any follow-up from PROJECTXXX or any team that attempts to third-party them. Elsewhere, we have Team Burger, one of our heroes who have just returned from LGS, and they're making a bit of an exodus around the center of the map here. Bear in mind, they are well within this first ring, so all they have to worry about now is where's the loot and how do we get it.
They go from Cascade Falls to River Center, and with that, they're going to be pretty safe. And we did see a couple of teams in the region around them, but since nobody's shooting at them, I'm assuming that they've all vacated to other POIs. But while PROJECTXXX have dealt with clutch ministers, another team now looks to pick up a fight over here. Team 420 has arrived on scene, and I like the fact that they're forcing the fight towards the down beast because their chances of getting third-partied over here are significantly lesser in some other POIs compared to maybe a checkpoint or maybe Cascade Falls or something. And they have a Pathfinder too. I love Pathfinder mains. Dragoon almost got to them in time, but these guys have already taken to the skies.
They have. They'll get the hell out of dodge, and 420 will be left, unfortunately, a little bit stroppy with the fact that another kill has eluded them.
Yeah, but then they know where the other team's headed. PROJECTXXX going straight towards checkpoint. We already know there's a team waiting for them over there. Actually, we knew that there was a team. Now, I'm not sure if they are still going to be there or not, so there's a little bit of uncertainty. But hey, at least PROJECTXXX don't pick up a fight in the downed beast. Sure, this is a place where you won't get third-partied, but this is on the edge of the map. So if you spend too much time over here, you're going to have to go a long way into the ring, and you won't have enough time to do so because the circle's already closing.
Optics here. Sniper.
Hostile over there.
A lot of util to be brought out here, and what I'm interested in is whether or not we're going to be seeing a kind of very swift attack onto one of these teams that are going to be hungry into buildings fairly early on, purely because the map is still big enough for you to risk not being third-partied. Furthermore, the map's big enough for you to be able to actually recuperate after being killed.
Ooh, G7 Scout. Yummy, yummy. Especially in a big map like this, I would love to have a G7 Scout on, an open map like this. And especially now that Draken's getting shot from a distance, he puts it into single fire mode. That's how you know he's ready to fight. Ooh, it's good that DNZ are doing this IMC armory thing because even this thing has an update. You know how you could place a trident on top of the IMC armory to stop the other team from leaving? Yeah, that's not possible anymore.
Ooh. Okay, so there is a lot of value in doing this armory now, and
yeah.
Well, as you can see, members of DMZ will happily do it.
But this armory, it spawns less hop-ups now. It focuses on spawning more mags and the bags and everything, but the spawn rate of hop-ups has been reduced. So if you're one of those people who's hoping to get a turbocharger out of this for your half of a devotion, there's only a 20% chance that you'll get it.
You know what I think was a cool thing Apex could have added, but there's a missed opportunity, is when the turbo activates, it should make a little sound. So that's the sound it makes when turbos activate in engines.
Yeah. I wish it did that. There's different sound effects for disruptor rounds, different sound effects for traffic app rounds.
Hammer point rounds as well.
Yeah, exactly. They should have something for the turbocharger as well.
Yeah. So just get literally just hold a mic next to a Subaru, let it go, and there you have it.
I love it when you do that sound effect.
Well, that's genuinely how it sounds. It's the most unengined sounding sound you can have. But
I know, right?
It's incredible.
Let's
a lot of
see if
grenades being dropped from this fuse here.
But how do they push inside? Do they even want to push inside?
Reignite. Having a fairly delayed engagement here. However, no one's going to be able to stop it, and for the time being, This is going to be a really difficult position for anyone who actually has to go through this tunnel, because in going out the other way, you're trapped to the zone. You need the Valcults to be able to rotate. Thankfully, I believe it's available. And it also means you avoid having to fight Reignite, because let's be honest, that isn't a very fun task.
That is definitely not a fun task, especially when you, and they've got you cornered like that in the cave. I do believe they can still walk across the northern side. But if they can't, then the Valkyrie is just like a backup option. And yep, they choose to exercise it right now. Sick Warrior using the Skyward Dive to take them into the skies. But when they do drop, they're going to have to go down the waterfall or something like that if they want to truly avoid Reignite.
I actually quite like this position. They hug the wall, which means there's a little bit of cover. They're about to approach a bit of a compound here, and they're just going to wait to see if anyone's actually in this compound, see if there's any targets to worry about. And judging by the lack of presence, this could very well be the case. If this bow shot... Oh my god! What on earth? Right, DreamFire have won. That was a nuts shot! With a bow and arrow!
With a bow and arrow of all things, and that thing's got
Half
like
the lobby
high...
struggled to do that with a rifle, with a longbow.
Exactly, a longbow and sentinel can't do all that stuff, and the bowcheck has like the highest range drop off of them all.
Yeah.
It literally curves downwards, and if you're able to land something, land a shot like that with just a bowcheck, that is just nuts, dude. Oh my god.
That's disturbing.
That's a cool position too that Ono just managed to take. Of course, it's only accessible to Horizons and Valkyries, but it's a pretty cool spot to look at, right? If it wasn't for the smoke, he probably could have stayed there.
God, I want to see him do more with this bow now. I really do. That was incredible. And what I quite like about, because the bow does have that sort of deceivingly high fire rates, I also want to highlight that type of bow. You see how it's got that little notch on it to just hold the arrow? Reloading those is so difficult.
Oh, you mean like in real life?
Yeah. So
those?
the fact he's able to get such a high fire rate out of a complicated bow is really impressive.
Seems like you used your fair share of weapons in real life.
Yeah, I've shot a bow a fair few times.
Oh, Reignite! Forget about bows, man. They want to go for their automatic rifles, and they've already almost got the knock onto one of their opponents. By the time they re-engage, another shield battery comes up and popped by their opponent, so they just need to destroy those shields, and after that, the Fletcher key is already gone. They won't even let them escape.
God! Sharky just lasered someone there! They just about survived. Fuse ults actually being deployed off the back of that ring of fire. Unfortunately, it won't quite touch the members of Project X. They are able to get away, but that black hole is perfect. It's an absolutely magical black hole. Zero good for the first. He knows that there are others nearby. One's already been down. Question is, can he get his friends? There's the crack. Is there a down? Not quite. The charge rifle almost finishing the job though. The Zero will drop down. He'll have his teammates there to help out.
Oh, Reignite. They want to continue pushing inside. They know they're about to win this fight, so they don't have to spend too much time fighting over here. But this could be a problem if they don't get inside the ring. This is the second ring, and keep in mind that there is a chance that a third party might arrive over here as well. Dragoon is actually the one who killed Sick Warrior. He steals that frag away from Reignite, but hey, Reignite, at least they now know that there is a third party in this area, so they can continue moving away. And that third party also won't stay over here for all that long. So yeah, Reignite are fine for now. Their biggest nemesis is going to be the ring, for sure.
Absolutely, and luckily for them, the fact they're able to just avoid this ring and get away from it is going to be perfect. They still have, I believe they have the Valkyrie, so their option to escape is there. Elsewhere, Team Goated is taking a lot of damage.
They don't have a Valk, so they are.
Oh, they don't? You're right!
Yeah, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble. So is Team Goated, because there's two teams that they're about to fight. They don't even notice that a second team could arrive from the other side of this cliffside. But for now, Team Goated have absolutely no reason to leave Stormcatcher. They've already secured this one frag onto Saiyajin. They've taken the compound next to Stormcatcher as well. As long as they control these two areas, no other team should be able to pass through this.
What's going to be really difficult as well is this high ground only has a few entrances. and
Yeah.
all of them can be really, really easily defended.
Sniper.
I like how we're actually seeing teams sort of up and hour about taking this G7 purely because we're about to have some kind of point-blank range become an issue, and so the scout, not quite sure if it complements that.
Sapsy had a car and a wingman, so he crafted both of those weapons. But take a look at the amount of weaponry they have now. They've got the sniper digithread as well, so they can see through the smokes using snipers and any pistols/SMGs. I think that's going to be amazing. 420 though, this was the team that tried to third party onto Reignite, but they were just not quick enough. And now they're suffering the consequences of it. Colty has already died. It's just down to Gamicat and Dragoon.
For now, it's going to be a make or break here for 420. This is going to be such a difficult position for them to make their way out of. Trapped both in a corner and against the ring. They're trying to parkour it. And Dragon can make this solo, however, doesn't want to do so purely because it would mean having to circumvent his teammates.
Making contact with enemy.
Well, at least now we know what happens when you try to third-party Reignite. They're gonna punish you for it. Already killed one of your members. The other team, the other two people also forced to go around the other side of Stormcatcher. Sorry, not Stormcatcher, the other side of Command Center. But looks like Reignite have someone else in their crosshairs already. And here we go. They're about to beam him. He climbs up using the zip lines, but this chase is gonna be a pretty good one. Oh, they don't go upstairs. Yeah, sure. I actually like that. You don't know what's on the other side of that zip line. There could be a Watson fence or a caustic trap waiting for you, so you definitely don't want to zip upstairs. But in order to get out of here, there's only two ways. Either the spider cave, which you can only go via upstairs, or if you go from the outside of Stormcatcher, you'll probably run into the team that we saw before. Oh yeah, there you go.
There you go, it's a huge amount of damage coming out from Reignite as well, and this is just perfect. It's this pummeling, it's this beating, this battlement, which is just making it so difficult to circumvent, to move from here.
Damn, about to make it inside. Okay, they're safe. They're safe from the ring damage, but now there's only one way to get out of this place. The zip lines. And you don't know what's waiting for you up there. This is gonna be like knocking on the doors and just hoping that you don't get shot through the doors.
Now, DreamFire, it's going to be such a difficult position to work your way out of here. The ops land all around them. They're just about able to avoid it. They do have the Newcastle almost fortifications to work with. And this is giving them such a strong position. They're in the next zone as well, Crips. This is such a good position from DreamFire. They could be taking the second game here. The odds, the cards are all in their favor here. I don't know how he's aiming with his fist in his face there, but I bet he is doing it well.
You're right, DreamFire do have a damn good position. Keep in mind that this is the same place from where X10 was able to win a game on the first day. Of course, when X10 was able to win that game, they were... Wait, did you see that? I just saw the insides of Bangalore. What the geometry of that character looks like. That was
horrifying.
Creepy. Yeah, that was super creepy. I do not want to see that again. But it seems like Northside Esports will not see the light of day as Zero kills their last member and they also get eliminated. But yeah, the last time X10 was holding this position, they were more focused towards the east side. That's where the zone was. But this time the zone is to the downhill of DreamFire, which puts them in an even more advantageous position.
Now, it's going to be such a difficult position to work your way out of here, because anywhere you go, if you're Reignite, you're on the low ground. However, it doesn't matter if the low ground is fighting at point blank. Let's go. Just almost 0 someone. On the topic of Zero, he's going to have to back off, heal up, try to avoid a lot of these players here. Reignite, they know there are people at point blank, but fighting them is one thing, killing them is another. Downs the first. Let's go so low on HP. Eventually finished off, and there goes Reignite. Plucked from the lobby, but the third party, it may come in very shortly. DNZ already a player down. There's no way they're going to be able to get this back. They may have... Arcstar does land, however, it may not be enough. Team Burger now potentially punished off the back of this Arcstar. However, as the third party of the third party, they find themselves not just quartered, but more importantly, with the remaining loot and a very strong position to work with.
Team Burger, they certainly have what it takes to stay alive for the next few seconds, especially now that the positioning of Team DreamFire is going to be negated. They need to leave their compound and move towards where Team Burger is. Both the teams need to meet each other somewhere in the center, but there's 6 squads still alive. Half the zone is not even inhabitable. It's mostly just rocks and cliffs. Barely any cover left. It's just one tiny corridor which is just going downhill.
Let's reposition here.
Now, utility is going to be
Hostile.
committed to here. And for now, it's going to be a... Going to be a lot of util being deployed here just to try and guard a bit of space. But this building now, everyone's got to move from it. This new zone, this is throwing a spanner in the works here, Crypts. And the players on the low ground might actually be in a good position. Remember, Dewa, while they don't have, I don't believe they have all 3 players, they are in a great position to hold.
Oh, but I'm not so sure about the place where they decide to pick up this fight. At least underneath these rocks, they will still be safe from the prying eyes of the third party. But will they be able to survive this one in the first place? Dewa United have just managed to get Zach back online, and he should be able to heal himself too. But their opponents have also gone for a little bit of a hard reset, especially with that Gibby bubble. They've got the man advantage. Can they finish this off right here and now before someone else tries to take shots on them? The more downhill they go, the more exposed they are to the third party. They've got the bubble so they can go in for the res, but will they have enough time to res all 3 of them? Oh, they don't need to res all 3 of them. They can just go for the armor swaps. Basanti, he's a little bit of trouble. Maybe this is still possible. If he can just crawl over towards this fence, there will be a safe spot. But on the downhill is Team ATH, and I don't think they're gonna let anything go right for the side of Team Dewa.
For now, a lot more damage being done here as 5 squads remaining, despite the fact we're on our final round here. Look at all this Watson utility that has to be avoided. Bear in mind as well, for a very long time there was a Valkyrie just on the high ground raining death from above. Team Burger in danger of actually being caught out by that same Valkyrie. Dewa and Emmanuel both full. Burger now one of the main teams to watch out for. ATH, they've had a quiet map, however they are looking to make up for it now in the final zone, doing as much damage as they can to whomever they can, whenever they can.
Oh, and look at this great wall of fences that they've put up. That's going to stop anyone and everyone from passing through. Of course, it can get shot down, but considering that there's so many players over here of DreamFire on the high ground, they don't even need to break the walls and fences. They can just let them be there so that the other team gets trapped. Ammo being dropped to their teammates downstairs so that equal distribution of resources is maintained. But DreamFire can just be patient over here. They are in absolutely no hurry to get towards the center of the zone or closer towards where these 2 teams are. ATH, a bold move for them to pull out the drone in a situation like this. At least with the drone, they're able to figure out where the other team is. They know it's a 3v3v2, and they only need to worry about DreamFire for now. The other team, already lacking a member and lacking the Gibby bubble now, has almost no chance to keep themselves alive in this game. Team Burger being super pressured right now.
Look at all this damages. Even though it's like a almost default R301, this is actually an extremely effective position he's got here. And it's just the damage is going to be too much. DreamFire, it feels like they're about to win their second game here. No team's just been able to avoid them. You just can't get around them. They continue just wiping anyone who peeks them.
Oh my god, there's barely any room left for that last player of Team Burger. He's just using the knockdown shield of his fallen teammate as cover for now. But DreamFire, they have bigger problems to deal with. It seems like their opponents are going in for the Crypto EMP. That's gonna stun them for a bit, but they still have the high ground so they can continue shielding up. Nobody can even push them up close now. And when they try, the Newcastle wall is gonna stand in the way. Team ATH needs to realize that they are going up against the goats, and they themselves slay the goats, halal the hell out of them, and ATH take this win. They went in for the push at the best time possible.
What a game there. And more importantly, I'm really actually quite impressed by the fact that very much Jack, he was on the high ground for so long there, just raining death onto anyone who dared peek him. And it wasn't even that anyone really saw him, because it was just one player. He was ignored for the most part, which meant that his damage output there, even though it may not equate to many kills, was insane.
Ooh, I really thought DreamFire could win this, and on paper they should have been able to. They had the high ground, they had the cover, and while they were busy focusing on Team Burger, they didn't heal themselves up, and that's when Team ATH decided to push. And sure, it was a risky proposition because ATH didn't have any nades to work with, nor do they have any characters that can easily scale verticality. But they just simply walk up to their opponents and just shoot them in the face. Just walk.
So you have to do, isn't it? And it was just walking up, killing, and then moving on. And my heart discussed DreamFire a little bit there, because they looked like they were going to be winning that categorically for what felt like the final 3 rings.
Exactly, right? It would have been so cool if they were able to win 2 games back to back.
Back to back, yeah.
Up until now, we've only had NXL who's been able to win 2 games on the same day, but even that wasn't back to back. This would have been a tournament record if it happened.
Absolutely right. Let's take a look at the highlights though, because let's be honest, there were a fair few, particularly in these final zones. For me, what I think was quite interesting was how Reignite, it feels like a lot of teams here are using Reignite's aggression against them. They're third-partying Reignite a lot.
And Reignite are comfortable with that, right? We saw in the previous game how trying to third-party Reignite ended up backfiring for their opponents. This time, I believe there was another third party. I'm not exactly sure who it was. So basically, Team Reignite started to full send it against PROJECTXXX. They were able to destroy them. And then they got third party. I forgot the name of them. I'm sure we'll be able to see them soon. They were able to stop that third party as well. I think it was Northside Esports, but I could be wrong here.
Absolutely right. And with a... For me, it feels like the main thing I now want to keep an eye on is going to be the sort of high ground plays from Valkyries. It's in this final few zones. The fact that we were able to see that Valkyrie take such a strong position and hold it without being contested for so long is really interesting. And for me, that now is going to be a matter of how do they do that again? How do they mimic that success?
I honestly don't have an answer to that question. I mean, if I did that, I probably would be in the server, not over here. But yeah, sure, there would be instances where Reignite can hold off third parties, but they can't do it every time, right? Especially not in a situation like this, where they're getting shot from 4 different teams at once, and they're at the low ground. That just becomes a bit too much for them to deal with. Dewa United, I thought that they were kind of trapped over there, but the fact that they managed to keep themselves alive for so long itself is pretty impressive. And then came Team Burger, who basically just ruined their plan. But Team Burger also had no place to keep hiding, right? They were being forced out by the ring. The amount of utility being dumped on them also forced them to get outside. Their teammate had to just use the knockdown shield of the fallen Valkyrie as cover. That's the only thing he had. But then ATH, they third partied at the right time, and they showed exactly why DreamFire still needs to work on their game. They can't go around bullying people just because they've got the better position.
I won't lie, I think DreamFire this game had enough kills to keep themselves in first. I think
Definitely.
overall, they have really done a good amount of damage our first 2 games, to the extent now where they're sort of setting themselves up for a cushion of a game. They can lose kind of 3-4, game 5, in quite a drastic fashion, and they can still recover it quite nicely. And it's the same position I think Revenant were in, on our first day, where they had such a dominant first 3 games that they could try something a little bit unorthodox, a little bit hybrid for our 4th and 5th maps, which is what allowed them to sort of experiment a bit while still in the tournament setting.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Reignite are still going in for those experimental team compositions, right? They picked up a Fuse this time alongside a Gibby and a Horizon. They don't have a Valkyrie, which is why they had to tank so much ring damage while getting inside after they finished off PROJECTXXX. But yeah, who on earth picks up Fuse? Sure, Fuse makes sense, but then there's teams, experimenting with Mad Maggie and everything as well. So definitely Team Reignite are more than comfortable going for those experimental picks. We saw a Rampart from them. We saw a Fuse. I mean, not that I'm predicting anything, but Lifeline has been buffed today. I would want to see if someone picks up a Lifeline.
I mean, we saw a few more Pathfinders, which is quite
Yeah.
interesting, and I would like to see a lifeline. I think bearing in mind as well is that shield you get when you're healing someone, it kind of acts as like a temporary gib shield. And so we have seen a lot of teams in particularly when they're trapped in tunnels, is to use that shield as a way to give cover. And I would really like to see that become more of the norm here as we enter our kind of final 3 games. For now, let's take a look at the scoreboard though. Let's see who was able to take that first place and how convincingly they were able to do so. DreamFire, no surprises there, but ATH, another team I said I was looking out for, I was really looking out for, only 1 point short.
Dreamfire so close. And I don't think they even needed to be on the first place of a year. Even if they finish in second, I think they're still going to be happy considering their breakthrough performance in the previous game. But Reignite and Team Burger also stepping things up. Look at the amount of kills that Reignite have had. 15 kills? Dude, that's insane.
Yeah.
And sure, they died out pretty early, but imagine if they were able to survive for just like 2 more positions. They would have been able to drop a 20 bomb.
They almost did, and what I'm quite surprised by is how effective Reignite were off camera. I don't think we didn't see many of those 15 kills, did we?
We didn't see too many, but I'm hoping that World's Edge will change that. I'm feeling kind of bad for High Dynamic Range and PROJECTXXX right now. They all tried to go for the most safest rotations. In fact, PROJECTXXX, they used a Valcult simply to avoid Team Reignite, but they end up running into Team Reignite anyway. So my heart goes out to them.
Yeah, it really does. What I'm interested now in seeing is EXO Clan, who had a terrible map. That is not like EXO Clan at all. I want to see what they do from here on out. I want to see how they recover, and I want to see what they can do moving in to our next couple of games.
Well, let's see what happens in the next couple of games, ladies and gentlemen. 3 more matches left. The sole objective of the teams over here is to get inside that top 20. Some of the teams have already secured their position, so they don't need to worry. But all the teams who are in between the 15th to the 25th position, they need to get a move on, and they need to get inside that top 20 if they want to go to the finals, which is going to be happening tomorrow. 3 more games left, ladies and gentlemen. But before we hop into them, we're going to be going on a tiny break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We're about to go into Game 3, and after a hell of a match in Game 2, DreamFire, despite being the main killers, the main murderers of that map, it was ATF to take the victory, snatching it from under the noses of DreamFire, who are now going to be looking to take their vengeance in Game 3. Of course, I can't talk you through this alone. I'm your caster, Crema3. I'm joined by the amazing Crips. How are you feeling about Game 3, bud?
Oh, well, DreamFire weren't the only killers and the murderers in this lobby today. Even Reignite, for that matter, they were just going all out. They had the most unorthodox competition, having a Horizon, a Fuse, and a Gibby in their team, and they were just going around wiping teams one after the other. They have 15 kill points by the end of that game, and this is just Storm Point, a map where they have all the freedom to move around. When we go into World's Edge, when all the teams are significantly closer to them, I can't wait to see what these guys unleash.
Me neither. It's going to be absolute chaos, that's for sure. And what I quite like from being able to see the likes of Reignite is that they're very happy with taking kind of first, second ring engagements, which a lot of teams have proven to really shy away from.
Yeah, all these teams have been shying away. In fact, DreamFire was able to get so many kills because they had the prime position in the server. They were in the best position with the high ground, with the hard compound and the cover and whatnot. So it makes sense they've got all these points. But Reignite, they didn't have any sort of positional advantage. They had nothing but sheer firepower and determination flowing through their veins, which they used to bury their opponents alive. And as we hop into World's Edge, once again, I want to see which team is able to step up the carnage to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely right. And for me, it's going to be going to be a very interesting affair here with. Bearing in mind that because the way Horizon really works is that we see a lot of early engagements, like a lot. And I'm very surprised, actually, that the likes of Emmanuel just are being contested here.
Yeah, but the team that was up against them, they don't really have the drop on them. I mean, they might be able to go towards Lava City, pick up guns, and then face Team Emmanuel rather than, facing them dry. But for now, Team Emmanuel have enough time to equip themselves with the best of gear possible and then go into this battle without having to worry too much about finding a gun. But that's like the worst part about dropping in Big Mod, right? There's so many options you have. There's all the guns on the ground, plus there's also all the guns that you can buy. And now that the wingman is inside the crafting, you need to make a choice. Do I buy one of these golden stacked up guns, or do I craft a wingman? Do I craft one of those comfortable weapons?
Yeah. I would much rather see the golden high-tier guns. While wingmans are strong, they're not better than kind of golden R301s, for instance.
At least not in my hands, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, well, at least not in my hands either.
It's so funny how we can just like casually roast ourselves without really feeling bad.
Well,
it is true. Wingman is difficult to control, at least for me. So I have no shame in admitting it.
Yeah. What I also quite like is the R99 is very similar to real life guns. They've kept the gun lore correct.
I'll bet that.
Fun fact with the R99, you can get like single fire, like semi-auto versions of it. So it only shoots one bullet when you pull the trigger. Do you know how to make it full auto?
That's not the whole point of an R99, right? The whole point of the R99 is just unload all the bullets into your opponent's body as quickly as possible before they can even bat an eyelid.
In order to make it full auto, you have to do the very complicated procedure of just putting a little pin in there. You put a little pin in your chamber, and then it's full auto.
Oh. For those of you who are wondering, how the hell did the R9 get single fire mode? He's talking about the real life version of it.
Real life version. Yeah.
What's it called in real life though?
It's called a vector. Real life.
Vector probably. Yeah.
Yeah, vector. It's you can have different types of vectors, like the you can have ones that are 3D printed, which are called something else. I can't remember the name, but they're in premise the same gun.
Team Burger though, they're trying to corner down this team who are trying to get away from the tree region, and as they move in towards the rail yard that leads to Harvester, they run into Team Burger. Now, it is entirely possible for the opponents to avoid this fight. They can always just get away. And there's plenty of room to go around the other side of this rock too, in case they want to continue their rotation. So Team Burger might not necessarily be able to kill this team off right here and now. But what they don't know is that inside the tree region, there's another team. EXO Clan is here for sure, but they were the ones who were already spotted by Team Burger. The third team, we still don't know their name. I guess we'll find out in just a bit.
Yeah, absolutely right. And for now, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath in just a moment. It feels like EXO, a team that really haven't shied from fighting against the Northside, who have been hunting teams profoundly throughout our first two games. Northside haven't shied away from third-partying here, so they may be expecting someone else to attack here.
Yeah, and you can already see that there's a Valkyrie ultimate in the background. I do believe that was Team Burger who've taken to the skies. But where did they go? Do they drop somewhere close by over here, or do they go somewhere completely else? There you are. They're going away from this region. They're not coming into third party. They're just moving out.
EXO Clan, they need to be so damn careful here. And what's interesting, actually, is that they're not even taking pot shots. Despite both teams having only grey shields, neither want to risk being the ones to fire the first shot, because being third-partied when you're this ill-equipped can be a death sentence.
It's going to be a death sentence regardless if you just keep waiting here for too long. Of course, this doesn't really pose that much of a threat, you know, in the first circle. But they're still towards the southern end of the map. They've scanned the ring. They're fairly sure that it ends somewhere towards the south, but does it end in this very compound? Nobody can say that for sure. Not just yet. POWERPOP Girls trying to rotate away from Fragment and into the compound that has two respawn beacons, which is already being held by some of the other team. And that team is none other than Clutch Ministers. Alright then, let's see what happens between these two teams. They, keep in mind, have been at each other's throats since more than a year. The rivalry between POWERPOP Girls and Clutch Ministers is one of the most exciting ones in Indian Apex Legends.
Alright. And what's surprising is just how effective this this team can be when it comes to these when it comes to third partying. And for Clutch Ministers, they were so damn good in our qualifiers, right? They've had such a lackluster performance this tournament. It would be kind of poetic if they were to make a recovery here.
It definitely would be. I appreciate a little poetry, although I don't appreciate Shakespeare all that much. Speaking of Shakespeare, Clutch Ministers have been speaking a language which was super effective in those qualifier lobbies, but when they tried to do the same thing in this main stage of the tournament, they were absolutely beamed down. And now they're fighting against none other than Team Reignite, potentially the strongest teams in the lobby. They've even changed their lineup, you know? They got rid of one of their players, got inside Flexi and Favorite Peeps, and even that doesn't seem to help. So if lineup changes and strategy changes can't save Clutch Ministers, I'm not sure what can.
Me neither. And for the time being, this is going to be a fairly slow start for Clutch Ministers. So we've already lost a player. They're about to lose the Wraith as well. They've got to be so careful here. These engagements could be the real difference maker between make or breaking. Wraith falls. The Bloodhound needs to get out of there. Once again, Clutch Ministers, they've just been taken down.
Oh my god. How much longer can Flexi keep himself alive? He's running for his life. He doesn't have any big heals, no Phoenix kits or shield batteries and whatnot. He's just got a bunch of cells. And that's not good. It seems like he's finally lost them. Reignite finally stopped following him, so he can breathe a sigh of relief. But what's he going to do without his teammates?
Zero.
Meanwhile,
so wary here of an attack.
Exactly. Meanwhile, we have another fight going on, and Team DEADBEATZ has already been eliminated from this lobby. Strafing Flame. That was a good beam. Even POWERPOP Girls go out. My goodness, we just saw POWERPOP Girls go up against Clutch Ministers. Clutch Ministers lose two of their players. POWERPOP Girls use the Valkyrie to get away from that region, but it seems like it didn't dwell them at all. And that nade, it's so chunky. It takes off a massive amount of HP from the opponents, and that is it. The Bomber Boys have been bombed to oblivion.
Ultimate accelerant here.
I'm very surprised BRP were able to take that so quickly as well. And what it means now is for any other team that looks to engage with them, they're going to have to go up against not only a really well-equipped team, but more importantly, they need to go up against a team that is fully expecting to be third-partied. And for BRP, they've been a team that have been really confident these last couple of maps. And I think that even though the zone is about to sort of force them into a gunfight, I don't think they care, frankly.
Wingman here.
Let's see if BRP care about moving into the zone quickly enough. They're still towards the northern side of the map, and they need to make a way inside. Has to be one of those 3 choke points that leads to Harvester, where Team Reignite are already waiting. So let's see if Team BRP ends up running into Team Reignite.
Let's go here.
Whereas for Team 420 over here, they can circle around this zone and make it across this pool of lava. They've already given away their positions as they start firing, but I kind of want to know who they're up against over here.
I'm going to observe that location.
420, just having to make a bit of a rotation elsewhere. We've got Team Goated, who they actually need to make quite a they have to make quite the exodus here, otherwise they could be in a bit of danger. Elsewhere, Emmanuel sees the push coming their way, able to avoid a lot of the utility. However, they need to try and engage with this Gibby. Spots him out, a lot of damage. There's the kill. CRYPTIX, they're removed.
Emmanuel, they're burning alive. Need to get away from this region, and this is such a tricky spot to be in. This little bunch of rocks offers little to no cover if the opponent team is able to close the distance on you. So they just need to make sure that they keep them at bay. But I'm not sure if Emmanuel will be successful in doing so. Smokes provide them a little blanket of security, but that blanket is thin enough to be chewed through by BRP as they try and going in for a flank now. Instead of moving into the zone right away, they really want to finish off their opponents right here and now. Of course, it would be a smart move. They're the ones who are closer towards this choke point, so if things go wrong, they can always start moving in before their opponents do. And they can just keep them cornered over here. Asia's NXL has already been destroyed by the defensive bombardment as Player K now moves in to secure what he first started. The gravity lift, it's not going to help them out all that much. They are yet to find the third player, but I think now the priorities of Team BRP will change. They use this wrecking ball to lay down a little highway so that they get a little speed boost while they move inside. But yeah, I think the more effective way would have been just to use the Valcult. Not sure if it's still available for them, but if it is, then they should be having absolutely no trouble getting into that ring. Oh yeah, they do have it.
These Valks are going to take quite a bit of damage. Need to be very careful here.
Oh no. A flow, now the last member surviving for his team. He was just basically hiding in the ring, hoping that the other team leaves instead of focusing on him. So even though he can recover the banner, respawning his teammates is going to be super difficult right now, especially when he's only got like 2 syringes left. Meanwhile, for Team BRP, I was a little, worried / curious. I mean, they had the Valk ultimate available, but they still used the wrecking ball to get inside and walk a little bit. So yeah, a little bit of miscommunication over there, but I'm sure that they'll make it into the ring. I don't think they need to worry about it at all.
We can cruise over here.
For now, Dewa, a team that was on our tongues a lot yesterday, where they got quite far into the map last map. However, it was a little bit laboured in their gunfights. They ended up just being eliminated in a straight fight, and kind of unlike Dewa, I won't lie. So hopefully we'll see a bit of an adaptation come through here.
I say we move this way.
North side, they've been waiting here for quite some time. We saw them in the first ring over here when they were up against EXO Clan. Now, North side are still here. I want to see if the team on the other side is indeed EXO or if it's somebody else.
They're quite going to be summoned just yet. Instead, what I quite like from North side here is you see how they're fortified their position because they know they're in the zone, and this building is in a pretty good position to actually kill anyone who's rotating to the zone after this next one. So this is a real power position here. The only downside is, of course, without that door, they are going to be taking a bit of harassment every time they peek on an uncomfortable position. However, elsewhere, let's look over to EXO, who are going to have Dexter take a bit of damage here. Well-placed Bangalore smokes are going to allow him to get away, though, relatively scot-free.
relatively scot-free. Of course, DNZ do survive, but now that they're up on this little ledge, they've got options aplenty. They can either go towards the left, towards tree, where there's already either EXO or North side waiting for them, or they can continue moving towards the right-hand side and go under the bridges. That also would be a good place to hold. We saw Team Reignite on that bridge in the first ring, but then we also saw them route out away to another location, which I'm not aware of. So I kind of want to see which team it is that's holding the underbridge area now.
Bit of a shuffle of utility here from 420. They have to be very wary to the fact that there is going to be a real difficult position to sort of work out of here. Bearing in mind that there's already that engagement that's going to come from anyone moving with the zone. This building has so many entrances to it. Defending it's going to be really difficult.
Defending it is indeed going to be difficult, but do teams even want to push them over here towards this northern side of the map? If any teams comes in from behind them, 420 can take them on. Any other team from the southern side will definitely not want to go in this direction. And there's a care packet smack in the center of the zone. This really puts everything into perspective now, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. And for now, as we see the sort of utility being dropped, you sort of see how each team is positioned. No one wants to fight each other. They realize that when you're this close together, third party is ripe for the taking now. EXO on the low ground, they've got unwanted neighbors, they've got intruders on the top floor. Mum, Dad, there's a monster upstairs, what do we do? Well, in this case, Mum and Dad pull out their R301 and Peacekeepers, and they're about to go engage with them. Dexter, the first one to lead the charge, triggers the caustic traps.
These caustic traps are going to keep EXO Clan so nervous. They can't leave. Sure, they can dump in the utility via the windows, but the moment they try to exit the doors, other teams can start shooting at them. A single caustic ult being deployed to the floor underneath can push EXO Clan away from the main room of this building and into the nano tunnels.
There's a lot of shooting coming from, I think it's a rampage on the top
Yeah.
floor there. Unless that's an audio glitch.
Nah, now they find
No, it wasn't. That was someone who was absolutely lasering someone. That rampage, my god.
And I know, right? I never thought that someone would actually even craft Rampage. I thought people would craft wingmans and whatnot. But
Yeah.
hey, now that the Rampage is down on the ground, just chuck a bunch of termites in it and watch this baby go.
They've done that, and now with a, well, now this team who are trying to hide from the Gibby ult, they are taking so much damage in their rotations here. Oh my god. Joker, though, gets jumped, though. That Peacekeeper at point blank is something you need to learn to respect. And with his shields up and a wounded Pride, he ums and ahs about taking his next fight.
Outside Esports, can they stay awake this entire night? Because this seems like forever. And they might just be able to deny any entry into this building for the opponent teams and say never. Can they keep themselves alive? Maybe they can, but I can't say the same about Team 420. They just misnated themselves. Still survive this one though. Let's go on the low ground. The defensive bombardment raining on top of them, and now the Gibby shield pops away. This stuns 420 a little bit, but it damages their opponents even more. They need to make their way inside the zone. The portal plays might just end up working for them, but Gamey Kid is going to die to the zone. No, in fact, Pete just manages to connect the last shot onto him, and he catches a frag. He earns a point, which he had no business getting.
Absolutely right. Hold for the time being. See this rotation. There's a swing, and oh, does he make it into the teleporter? Yes, he does. Attempts to run, however, that means diving out of the zone.
And how much longer can you survive outside the zone? 420. The best thing that they did was just give up their frag to the ring. They didn't let any other team capitalize on their points. They're like, if I'm gonna die on my own terms. I'm not giving you any more points out of this one. Oh,
Man,
that is the most
That's
annoying thing that can happen
such
to
a
someone.
nasty shot. What a shot that was.
Yeah, and just when you thought you were safe, the riot drill comes through. And this time it's been picked up by Team Reignite. We saw earlier how there was a Maggie picked up by Ricky. But now even Reignite have decided to flirt with the idea of having a Maggie on their roster. They had a Fuse last time, Maggie this time. The only constants are the Horizon and the Gibby.
A little bit of damage being done. Cracking a few shields wherever possible is the likes of this team. However, they're wary of a flank, and there is players on the flank here. But I don't think they've seen them yet. It's all going to come down to timing.
Enemy spotted.
The timing for Reignite seems to be the absolute worst right now. Another team from outside the zone has just pulled up behind them. They can always position themselves under the bridge or even inside the tunnel if they want. Zero's already flirting with the idea of taking the low ground for themselves. Meanwhile, they've left Leshko up on top. As the defensive bombardment goes down inside of Tree, Sayajin and the boys are going to be in a little bit of trouble. Even Team EXO might end up running into Jack Cute and the boys. But for now, he's the last man for his team. Somehow needs to keep the hope alive. BRP have a decent position in the center. Let's see if they can hold it or not.
Reignite all trapped behind a single supply crate here. They need to be so careful with this next fight. They'll be able to heal up. They look to try and do a bit of damage to the red shields of Jack here. Not quite able to land all the shots needed. However, it's enough to potentially cause them to back off and heal up. Zero has to do the same thing now. This is turning into a battle of attrition, Crypts. And, well, we're going to see an EMP that gets deployed. Will that be enough? Nades being thrown to help out as well. Landing straight onto this team. Instant knock from ATH.
And ATH, since they've got this high ground, they can continue dishing out all the punishment that they want. They can dish out all the damage. The only thing that can actually harm them is going to be Team Reignite. That's the only team that has angles onto ATH. But before that, they're going to make sure that they kill everyone that they can. EXO Clan gets decimated. And while Reignite is still in the sky with their Valcult, ATH have enough time to heal themselves.
I got one over there.
Oh, no, wait. Reignite didn't take the Valcult. They were trying to. Never mind, they never had a Valk. I'm sorry. I made that
Sorry,
mistake.
Crypt. It's early in the morning. We need to see a rotation now from ATH. Just trying to harass the members of Reignite the second they move anywhere. For ATH, having players below them means they have this huge high ground advantage. Bear in mind, there is still an option to EMP here. Black Hole gets deployed. Nades get thrown in amongst the mix here. Reignite at point blank. They start getting harassed out these beekeepers. What can they do? The Black Hole just flinging people in and out of buildings. The harassment is continuous. It's never ending. ATH, they've joined the fight. They down the first. They spot the second. Out of midair. Jack Q, what a round from him so far. Switches to the Mastiff, looking to finish the kills, but it does not matter because they just win anyway.
ATH, they win 2 games back-to-back. We thought that maybe we could see a back-to-back win in the previous game, but ATH just like, be patient, casters. Just one more game and you'll get what you want.
My god, and what I quite like as well is they held their high ground for so long, but they knew when to come off it. They knew when to join the fight, they knew when to third party, and they did that with impeccable timing. Really, really strong round from them there. And more importantly, those 2 back-to-back wins with kills is probably enough to make him safe for playoffs.
Oh, definitely. I think they were safe way earlier. Playoffs
Yeah.
was not even a question for them. I think ATH are now trying to gun for the #1 spot. Keep in mind that they've been able to beat Reignite consistently 2 times now, and they were the only team that could actually even have angles on them. Those teams on high grounds, but then Reignite had to give up their position because of the zone. So as they moved inside, ATH was healing themselves. And before Reignite could even arrive onto the scene and start fighting, ATH were fully prepared. Then they just reveal themselves and start shooting.
They do, and I mean, once they start, they don't stop, right? They just absolutely tore through their opposition there. Let's take a look at the highlights to see just how it was ATH were able to craft such a glorious victory.
And it all starts with their positioning in the early game. Absolutely no danger taken in those first few zones. But hey, BRP was doing quite a lot of damage in those early game areas. They fought several teams, and I'm actually happy for Team BRP as well.
Likewise, I think BRP had a really, really strong round, and for BRP, what I think their effectiveness came from was getting early kills. They didn't do too much in the final zones, but in every single ring, they killed someone, and it meant that actually now they're going to be able to, they're probably going to be able to get a fair few points, maybe not on placements, but definitely on kills.
Oh, and this is when we can start to see ATH really shine. They were on the high ground. They stayed up there, even though there was a defensive bombardment rained on them. They killed so many teams. EXO Clan, one of them. Reignite had to give up their area and come downstairs, and ATH waited for the perfect moment to start shooting at them.
Yeah, absolutely right. And for ATH, this is going. This third party was just perfect. I'm really, really impressed with their ability to be able to just force out fights and then just overwhelm their opposition there. And the timing was just perfect.
The timing was impeccable. And the fact that they didn't go downstairs, even though there was a defensive bombardment, I thought that could result in their death. You know, teams generally either put up a Gibby dome of their own or leave the high ground to go underneath in case there's a defensive bombardment, in case there's missiles falling on them. But they refuse to do that. They tank all that damage. They heal themselves up. And then they just use the high ground to crush anyone and everyone with the force.
Absolutely. And they just play out of their minds. Let's be honest, Grips. They play out of their minds. Now, as we get ready for game 4, I mean, ATH, do they go for the hat trick? Why not?
Oh.
Why not, Crips?
Why not? A hat trick would be rare. I mean, I never thought I would get to see 2 back-to-back wins in this tournament in the first place, let alone a hat trick. But if I get to see that, that would be incredible. As of now, ATH have proved that regardless of the terrain, they can win. In Stomp Point, they were on the low ground where DreamFire was up there. They walked up to DreamFire, they went uphill, and they shot DreamFire in the face. This time they had the high ground, and even though Reignite was in a decent position to start fighting, they were able to deal with not only them, but also all the other teams. So they were able to win both on the high ground and the low ground. That basically proves they are goated. They've been able to win on Stomp Point and World's Edge. What else do they need to prove? Absolutely nothing, in my opinion.
They maxed the kill points as well, or they topped the kill points as well. BRP and Reignite did a really good job at trying to keep up. But placement points and kill points both go in favor of ATH. This is turning into a monster of a day for them. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they bring for us in the future now.
26 kills, dude. Oh, have we seen a 30 bomb yet? I don't recall seeing a 30 bomb, but I think ATH are getting incredibly close to it. Even BRP had quite a lot of kills. I knew that they were very active in fighting, but I didn't know they would have 12 kills. I thought they would be somewhere along the lines of 8 or 9, but this is great for them. Reignite had a decent position in the last, or rather the second last circle, the penultimate one, but after they were forced to get away from the train tracks, they were basically in the realm of ATH and nothing could save them. But I am a little disappointed for EXO Clan and Team Burger, though. EXO Clan, they tried to be as safe as possible. Keep in mind that they were the team who were positioned inside of Tree right from the start, alongside, I believe, Northside Esports. Neither of those teams were able to do all that much, even though they were the first ones to claim real estate in that region.
What I'm looking forward to now is I want to highlight that EXO have made a little bit of a comeback, but they're still not quite at full capacity. What's going to happen in our 4th game when you have EXO, when you have DreamFire, Reignite, BRP, ATH, and even Burger, all of which on full power, all of which firing on all cylinders? For me, that is going to be a hell of a game to watch.
Oh, that is indeed going to be a hell of a game to watch. But in order to do that, we're going to take a little break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back really soon.
welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We just saw ATH go for the twofer. Now they're going to be on for the hat trick. Let's see if they can do just that, or if the likes of Reignite, or maybe even Dream Team will be able to punish them. We'll have to see in just a moment as we get ready for game 4. I'm Newcastle Crabber 3. I'm joined by the amazing Crips. How are you feeling about this one, bud?
I'm feeling super good about this one. ATH have been able to win 2 games back to back, on the verge of winning 3. But now I have a little question in my mind. Why is there a 3 after your name?
The 3 stood for me, my brother, and my sister when we shared the account. So it's 3 of us.
Ah, all right. The Cremor 3, the 3 Cremors playing together.
Yeah,
All
exactly.
right.
And then when we made Crema 32 for like Twitter and stuff, it'll be because my sister was shying away from gaming as much and wasn't really interested in it. So it's me and my brother, Crema 32.
All right. That's pretty cool. That's a sweet story, honestly.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, there was a German person who stole Crema 3, so we had to put another number on it anyway.
Oh, never mind. It's all
Yeah.
these people. Even I never get to, write Crips down in any games. I have to like put down 2 or 3 Zs at the end of it just to get the username that I desire.
Crips.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't want to do that. If I had a choice, I probably wouldn't do that. But speaking of sharing, we saw some really awkward stuff in the last game, didn't we? We saw
We did.
2 teams sharing compounds just above one another. EXO Clan was you could see it in their faces that they were desperate to get the people who were standing above them inside their house, but they were just simply not able to do so because the staircase was blocked by the caustic gas canisters. And if they try to throw shit in via the windows, they're gonna get shot by some other team. And
Yeah.
as a result, when both the teams had to relinquish that building at the same time and get outside, they were just too busy shooting at each other. So it was like a lose-lose situation for them both.
It really was. However, EXO Clan, they did end up doing quite a bit of damage actually in anyone who was able to be peaked. And in that actual duel they took for the top floor of that compound, they were able to win it. Now, EXO Clan, that was a bloodbath. They didn't really recover from that, and it meant that they constantly just got harassed from then to the finish of the game. So I'm interested to see if they're going to be a little bit more fastidious with the engagements they take, or better still, they're going to be a bit more vigilant of the third parties that could happen.
I don't even think they can be any more vigilant, right? They were just so safe and secure throughout the entire game. They didn't leave that building. How much more safe can you get? So I don't know. Maybe now that we're heading into Storm Point, maybe they should be moving around a lot more rather than, calling the dibs on a particular building and just holding it out towards the end. But
Mhm.
then again, some teams like doing that, some teams not so much. Let's see what happens in Storm Point once again. ATH were able to win last time, even though they had a disadvantage. Let's see if they can push the envelope all the way through.
I would love to see I would love to see a hat trick, right? I think a hat trick would be amazing to see. On top of the fact, bear in mind that ATH, they categorically weren't in first place in overall standings. They were sort of hovering around 7th and 8th. Now that they've been able to have 2 very successful games, these aren't just with placements, these are with high kill counts as well. They are really looking to make some inroads and maybe even catch up to Revenant right now, who still hold that #1 spot.
Revenant Esports have already crossed the 100-point marker. And if this team is able to get even close to them, I think that should still put them way above a lot of other teams like Burger and Reignite for that matter. Reignite have been having decent games in terms of kills, but they haven't really been able to accomplish, gather a lot of placement points just yet. Sure, they were inside the top 3 of the previous game, but let's be honest, they could have done so much more than that. Even in Storm Point before that, they had 15 kills, and that is an absolutely ridiculous number. But they were not able to cross the 20-point marker because they got eliminated pretty early on.
They did, and just thought we'll be able to head in game, and we'll be able to see just how game 4 is going to evolve, is going to unwrap. Let's head into Storm Point. Let's see if ATH can take that sweet spot, pushing ahead and being able to take the hat trick.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We go all the way from Stormcatcher towards the Downed Beast. That's the path of the dropship. Basically bisects the map horizontally. The wall is the high tier loot zone for this time. Now, we haven't seen any early game engagements in the wall, at least not today, but we got to see plenty of those on day number 1. Let's see if we get to see something or the other. Something in the form of an early game battle. up until now, the only early game battles we've seen were towards the Downed Beast, where PROJECTXXX fought 2 different teams and got away from one of them while wiping out the other.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I'm really interested to see if there's going to be anyone who actually hunts down ATH, who deliberately focuses them to try and make sure that the hat trick just isn't an option for them.
Let's see if they are given all these options or not. Team Burger once again going to Cascade Falls, and as far as I know, this time they won't have any trouble. There's not too many people in their general vicinity, unlike last time where there was a team right alongside them. Of course, Team Burger were able to force them to evacuate this region and go towards the waterfall south. But this time, they will not even have to bother doing all that.
Got my name written all over it.
DEADBEATZ going for a bit of early control, maybe even trying to harass a team here. Hasn't been pushed back just yet, though. As they back off for now. I'm interested to see if there's going to be any engagement with them here. And bear in mind, DEADBEATZ, they've been a team that have been dying pretty quickly in these games. Maybe thanks to their aggression, but I would love to see some follow-up.
DEADBEATZ, they already spotted a team inside of the main building of Antenna. And here we go, they're going in for the full send right now. With the Horizon Gravity Lift, they climb upstairs. In fact, DangerZero is going to go around the other side of the building so he can go in for the flank maneuvers, but up against a Mozambique, he forces the Ash to jump downstairs. Now she's going to be relevant in the fight for the next few seconds unless she manages to go up the zipline. But hold on, they don't want to stay this on the high ground. They don't want to just isolate and exterminate. They also drop towards the low ground and fight the Ash alone. This is weird because this particular Ash has ended up fighting 3 different people at the same time, but they haven't really taken a knock. They haven't suffered any casualties. Instead, it's DEADBEATZ who are losing members now. This has gone horribly wrong for them as Skull Hunter gets down on the ground. DangerZero about to get shot down. Meanwhile, Draken is trying to go in for a revive. That's incredibly risky and unnecessary. High dynamic range. They should be able to wipe these people out without any difficulty whatsoever.
Absolutely right. The Wraith gets pursued. The Wraith, low HP, is almost kicked to death there. Eventually will drop down and will meet their maker. DEADBEATZ, they get eliminated once again for the very aggressive start they showed there. However, they do make HDR bleed for it. The Gibby is going to be timed out. So there's a world here where HDR now have to play the rest of this map as either third parties, or better still, by just waiting, by laying and lurking, and hoping that they can pick off the odd player.
Yeah, they do lose a player in the process, but it works out for them in the end. FOURTWENTY, they've got the high ground, but they got people all around them. The black hole, it doesn't affect them all that much, but as the Gibby bubble gets popped by the opponent team, they try to move in before they are even on full health, and they end up losing 2 members instead. This greed might have just cost Team FOURTWENTY quite a lot. DNZ on the verge of wiping out. It's down to a 1v2. Will they be able to finish this one off? The high ground advantage seems to be significant enough for the side of FOURTWENTY, at least for the time being. But as SA tries to pop the shield battery, he's going to use the knockdown shield of his fallen teammate for cover, and he's able to pop it off properly. There you go. Team FOURTWENTY hit the dust.
Really strong round, really strong gunplay from DNZ there. More importantly, really strong way to actually use their teammate for cover, just so that they're able to get that shield off. I really, really like that. And for Joker, yes, he'll have to be respawned, but it's fairly early in the game. This is still a very real option. Actually, Joker gets brought back up. They do it in time. However, the third party's here. The damage comes in. Arcstar lands close, followed by the Valkyrie abilities. The black hole is avoided, but for how long now, as the rest of DNZ do stay in place, hoping someone will swing around at the right moment. There it is. Shield broke onto one of these players. However, instantly removed. It's down to the remaining players, PP and Joker. What can they hope to do? POWERPOP girls. It's all on to the Valkyrie from the high ground. Taken down. DNZ, they survive the third party. Better still, they'll keep everyone alive.
My goodness, how on earth did they manage to do all of this? The fact that you don't have a Gibraltar to go ahead and reset should have been a death sentence for them. But they survive a third party, that too against POWERPOP girls of all teams. This is wonderful. They've got 6 kills in a matter of just 2 minutes, and now they've got plenty of resources to farm over here.
Now let's see what they can do. Let's see what can be done by this team as they attempt now to find their next target. They've had such a boost in both shields and momentum from those 2 kills that I really want to see them start to hunt. ATH are heroes of the last game. Probably taking a bit of early damage, but nonetheless surviving.
You can see it in Jack Cute's eyes that he's really, really keen on picking up that care package. While GoGaps is just fencing around and turning this room into something that can only resemble a child's geometry notebook, his teammate Crypto is just trying to figure out how many teams are there exactly opposed to them. But all the way in Cascade Falls, we have another set of teams fighting each other. BRP have got one player on the high ground, but Rocky gets instantly blown apart as Team Reignite is going in for the full send. This could be problematic for them. There's only one player who's in a position to continue fighting. Strafing Flame is up on top, busy using a Phoenix hit, and player K has no backup available. He goes down, and his poor teammate can do absolutely nothing about this one. No trade potential available over here. Strafing Flame tries to go in, hoping to exact vengeance, hoping to get the revenge, but instead he will only end up sacrificing his own life and feeding another kill to Sharky.
BRP eliminated one of our heavy hitters of the tournament to be removed. Now this game suddenly gets that bit more interesting. Dewa, they take the jump pads while being able to shield up in the process. They're going for the full send. They know there's targets to meet, and meets those targets they shall. Downed on the first player, but cover will arrive soon. Help will arrive. However, it's not enough. Team Ghosted get removed. End of days. What a play on their part as they resurrect each other. They stay in place. They heal up, and now they get ready for another team. If it moves, it dies. If it dies, they move on.
Dewa United basically destroyed Team Goated the moment their feet landed on the ground over there. It's almost like they were flying straight to their death, straight into their graves, and now their bodies are available for the loot. Dewa United, they've captured the underbelly of Stormcatcher for themselves, but there are still 2 teams above. Dewa United don't need to worry about them right now because they're just too busy fighting each other. But Team Burger, they are in a very safe location away from all danger possible. No other team in the vicinity.
Say we move this way.
Now, early engagement comes through. Team Burger looking to do a bit of damage at range here with this longbow. So a few players takes a bit of damage in the process. They have to back off.
Hold on. Look at the amount of HP that was taken off of him. I believe that the other team has a Kraber. We saw it that there was a care package right next to them. I think they managed to get a Kraber from it. And if it is indeed a Kraber, then things are going to look really, really difficult for everyone else. But right now, it's Team Reignite that's in danger. Zero and Sharky both have been knocked out due to the defensive bombardment. Sayajin's missiles were raining right on top of them so accurately. But luckily for them, Leshko has a golden bag. He can go ahead and revive Zero with plenty of HP to work with. He's not going to use his own shield just yet. But the moment the Gibby Dome goes up, he's going to use the defensive bombardment to create a little space for themselves. Sharky's banner cannot be recovered just yet. Not until they get down to the low ground from here, but the moment their feet are going to land on the ground, they will be at an instant man disadvantage. This fight has gone on for too long, and I'm worried that there might be a third party that might come in over here, and it has indeed arrived. It's Team PROJECTXXX who's trying to get a piece of the action. They're trying to get a piece of the pie, but for now they don't have any angles onto Team Reignite.
Absolutely right now, Zero trying to follow it up, can't quite do so. Shots from the longbow doing a bit of early damage, however they are yet to kill. As elsewhere, north side, they've got to be very, very wary of this. They know an attack's coming, but what good will it do? Reignite, same process here, just trying to harass these oppositions without committing to a complete engagement yet. Remember, Sharky needs to be delivered to a beacon. Zero attempts to do that, but takes a lot of fire as they try and run here.
Keep in mind that a mobile respawn beacon can be crafted in the replicator today. So they don't even need to go to a proper respawn beacon as such. Just find a replicator that's falling from the skies and maybe you can get your teammate back. Yeah, but that teammate will have no loot to work with, but that's a different problem altogether. Now Northside Esports, they were here to finish off Team Reignite, but they find themselves locked in another battle. Will they be able to get on top of this one? Team PROJECTXXX had also arrived a couple of seconds ago, but they haven't really been able to accomplish all that much. The damage is there, but the knocks, not just yet.
Yet was the key point here, as we see a lot of utility being dumped towards this jump pad, and it's been a point of interest pretty much for all this game. Bear in mind, it's been the center of almost all of these zones, apart from this last third one, where everyone now needs to make the rotation, but giving up this high ground means you will be shot from behind. Emmanuel elsewhere, already lost a player, need to be so careful. The player bleeding out, there's the aggression. However, the Watson, low HP, can't quite get away, caught out of midair, and Emmanuel will find themselves eliminated.
Yet another team bites the dust. Northside have survived for now, but what happened to PROJECTXXX? Were they late to the party? Northside Esports survived this one, and PROJECTXXX have missed an opportunity. They're going up on top of this house with the defensive bombardment raining from above, but they know for a fact that they have missed their chance, and they will have to probably just make it into the zone now. That's the only hope they have if they want to shut down Northside Esports.
PROJECTXXX have to be very careful here. Bear in mind, they've had a very rough couple of games. They need to be able to get these placement points.
Oh, the placements seem difficult to acquire for PROJECTXXX. Luckily, they can go in for the Valk ultimate and get the hell out of dodge. The ring is quite far away, and you don't want to be caught out in the third ring like that. It burns way too much, and you're gonna run out of meds before you can even have a chance to fight back. But instead of going directly into the zone, they're going to turn around. They see a team waiting in front of them, and that's none other than Northside Esports, who decided to exit just a couple of seconds before PROJECTXXX did.
Surprisingly, Northside are taking this fight. There's the engagement. Oh, they've caught them outside the ring. This is perfect. PROJECTXXX, they get pummeled. Look at their HP. All of it dropping now. It's all onto Zaid, the lone player in a one versus however many dare fight him. But he's got to run out the ring. Medkit comes out. The rest of them all desperately try and find angles to work with. But for now, Northside, they've just been able to shoo their opposition away.
Yeah, they took down Sick Warrior, reducing PROJECTXXX to a two-man roster. The loss of a Valkyrie is definitely going to hurt PROJECTXXX, but hey, like I said, mobile respawn beacons available. If you can find one, then maybe you can get Sick Warrior back online. Having a Valkyrie in a situation like this can be instrumental. That's the only reason why they were able to survive as long as they did.
Over there. Shield battery here.
Medkit here. Slow to roll, but they
Yeah.
work the best.
A bit of a delay here.
Let's go this way.
There's Northside. Needs to be so wary of what happens. Aggression comes in. A shot with a longbow. Instead, Team Burger. They just hold firm. Team Burger actually in a really strong position here. I don't really want to see them leave. I quite like where they are here. Maybe the odd harassment wouldn't be nice for them, but other than that, they're pretty comfortable.
Let's see if Team Burger can enjoy their food in comfort. They've got a nice position for themselves now. It's on the edge of the zone, and there's two exit avenues for them out of here in case things go south. But even though they've spotted an opponent towards the other side, they aren't really keen on fighting them. EXO Clan, on the other hand, they need to make their way into the zone. They need to go for an uphill climb. If they continue doing so, they will run into Team Burger. But first, they need to deal with the team that's underneath them. They're kind of sandwiched over here, and that's not the position you would want to be in, especially when you're up against bigger teams. But EXO Clan just seem to be dishing out punishment. They've got Killpops, who's towards the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Ziki and Dexter go in from the low ground. They are sandwiching their opponents in over here, and by the looks of it, they've been pretty successful in doing so. Killpops is trying to jiggle around this bubble. He's trying to go in for the bubble dance, and while he keeps himself alive, Dexter comes in to save him. He's taking a little bit of damage as well, so he backs off too. It's now up to Ziki to keep the hope alive. And while they were doing all of that, Team Burger has somehow lost two of their players. At least MT is still alive.
MT now just needs to play for placement. He's just hide and hope no one finds him. EXO, they're in a huge fight here. Dexter's left alone here. He's being swarmed elsewhere. PROJECTXXX are eliminated, but so will EXO, removed from the map. 8 squads left. EXO, not one of them. DreamFire, the team to deliver that killing blow.
And if Team Reignite was just alive over here, then they probably could have third-partied onto DreamFire and exacted revenge for what happened last time around. But DreamFire, they make things work yet again. With this, two of the strongest teams in the lobby are either out or lacking members. And this should be another game where DreamFire can capitalize.
Rotation comes in. DreamFire. They really need to find a way to avoid this. Any other teams for the time being.
Team Burger, they at least managed to revive one of their players. They had lost both of them. At least WolfPack comes back. Jaro, though, still missing. And the lack of a Gibraltar could really hurt them later on. Lack of loot, too. There's barely any weapons available for WolfPack.
Team Burger need to be very, very careful here. The high ground is going to be perfect, but they're already a man down. Any other team who identifies that is just going to rush them.
Yeah, but they're outside the zone. No other team needs to rush them right now. They will be the ones who need to move inside. And at that point, any team can just turn around for a matter of seconds, beam them down, then continue to make their way into the zone. Team Burger, they really are cornered right now. They don't even have a Valkyrie to get out of the situation. And what's worse is that if they try to go inside, there's two teams standing in their way. This is a lose-lose situation.
Got a bogey on my marker.
Look at all these teams, and I really want to see how MT is going to be able to rotate here. MT has actually been able to get a teammate back up, but in the process, you need to try and find a way to avoid these players, all of them ready to do some damage. Reignite with a nasty angle as well into this building, just continuing to pummel anyone who would peek them. Reignite appearing to be the raid boss of this game thus far.
Reignite really just not letting go. They suffered so many knocks and casualties before, but it seems like they can just bounce back from anything and everything. I wish I could say the same for Team Burger. They at least managed to get the blue shields onto WolfPack, who's done enough damage to farm himself all the way up here. But still, there's barely any weapons available on him. Hardly any bullets in his RD-45. The Rampage really doesn't do all that much unless you've got a Thermite grenade to feed inside it. And on top of that, they need to make their way into the zone, but there's already teams waiting for them, and this is just so chaotic. Empty. Do you have any shields left, brother?
I'm amazed that ATH have been kind of off our radar this game. They have been fairly passive, but they have been able to output a bit of damage regardless. I don't think they've actually killed anyone yet, though.
Yeah, enemy spotted.
Yeah, they've been pretty pacifist, right? They haven't really been able to do all that much. I don't really blame them because they were towards the northern side of the map where the action was just not that intense. But now that they've entered this last circle, this should be pretty interesting because they once again find themselves on the high ground at a position from where no other team can flush them out. And this power position is going to be so crucial for ATH's victory. The only thing that could go wrong for ATH right now is another team sneaking inside their compound and holding the floor below them.
I'm interested here to see what ATH can do. I really want to see him get this triple, but this utility is going to be so hard to hold, and you see that with both teams in kind of two separate buildings, it's going to end up being almost building conflict here as to who can hold the bottom floor, top floor, who holds the bottom floor and top floor of the building opposite. Especially with this zone closing in, it's the only two bits of cover left on the map.
DreamFire with a super defensive squad, a Newcastle and a Gibraltar. If things go south, they can use the dome. And if they want to aggress, then they can use the Newcastle ultimate to directly get high ground. They can even use this moving shield as cover. And with that, they're moving closer and closer towards this building. This should be a good push for them. Not only will they find decent cover inside the building, but they can stay safe from third parties. They've got the bottom floor for themselves. They've forced the other team to just take the high ground over here, and they're more than happy to stay downstairs. They just needed a place to duck inside.
They seem to have found it. A lot of util. A lot of nades being thrown to Dewa here. All of them have been either avoided or just out-healed. All of them trying to just get these red shields now. For me, Reignite is a big bad wolf of this. They're here to blow some houses down, but will Reignite find themselves almost overwhelmed here, maybe even swarmed by these remaining teams? We're about to hit the 5th zone. Everyone's going to have to start moving very quickly, and everyone has to start moving to the open part of this compound.
Well, yeah, you do not want to be stuck inside that open part of the compound. You want to be the last team to move over there, if move at all. Reignite, they're not inside the house, but they know for a fact that there's 2 teams in there. So what do they do over here? The best that they can do is throw in that Gibraltar ult at the most opportune moment and get a couple of free knocks while these 2 teams are busy knocking 7 shades of shit out of each other. They go in for the creep, slowly and steadily climbing up on the first floor, trying to get pot shots onto Jackie and Team ATH, but little do they know that there's a surprise waiting for them on the roof as well. I hope they don't get destroyed like that. DreamFire now having to relinquish this dream of taking the first floor and go back downstairs where they were already waiting. The Gibby Bubble has been forced out from there already, that this could be a big loss condition for the side of DreamFire.
ATH on for the hat trick. It's 30-30 trying to do as much damage as possible here. And now Watson is just building a maze, a web of utility to hold the top of this house. Actually, it's all a fake. They drop down. Oh, they're going for the engagement. They get shot from behind. No, they don't. They don't realize it yet. They don't realize that this house is no longer just theirs. Elsewhere, there's the high ground taken. That bow not quite doing enough as they were just hide in their Gibby shield. But this is a very early usage for a Gibby shield.
Yeah, luckily they've got the golden helmet, so hopefully they should be able to get that dome back online quickly enough. 2 of the teams have already used their Gibraltar ultimates as well. Now, 6 teams remain. I want to see who else has one of those defensive bombardments in their pocket. They were United getting so pressured over here from not just utility, but also from the boat checks. They instead retaliate against the team towards the left of them, and this could be very, very difficult to deal with. They need to drop down, and when they do so, there's gonna be DNZ waiting to welcome them with open arms. DreamFire just shooting down DNZ instead, and DNZ might just get locked inside over here. They will die to the zone unless they can manage to make some big moves. They are the first ones to come out in the open. Bubble forced out from them already. I don't think they have what it takes to survive all the way to the end.
They were taken down, and look at DreamFire with this Newcastle. What a position to have here. Arc Stars are being thrown into them, and the zone is going to continue closing, so they still need to be careful here. Reignite able to go for the res. They tried to commit to it, not able to do so as they're pushed in the process, though. Follow-up engagement comes through. DreamFire, they look to cascade onto them there. Jackie taken down, trying to finish off Reignite, still not able to do so. Utility trying to follow it up as DreamFire trying to be the cleanup crew. They're just that. Reignite are taken down. Elsewhere, DNZ mid-air trying to survive, still yet to do so. DreamFire proving to use this castle shield to an absolute lethal degree. Drop down. ATH is all on Jackie, doing what he can. The last member of this squad cannot be free. The hat trick is denied as DreamFire take game 4.
DreamFire, what an absolutely mental game from these lads. They held the roof for the longest time. They got off the roof, went into the first floor to avoid 2 defensive bombardments, and then they just used the Newcastle wall to build a little crevice for themselves. That was the only piece of cover that anyone had in the entire game towards the end over there, and they make this one work.
You're absolutely right, and they make it work beautifully. That Newcastle, we were sort of umming and ahhing about what Newcastle's placement is in this meta. Tell you what, that showed it perfectly. The Newcastle and Gibby combo was just so hard to push them. They were able to take engagements only when they wanted to take the engagements, and for other teams, they just weren't able to stop it. What a game.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The amount of nades, the amount of ultimates that were deployed on top of DreamFire, they managed to survive all of them. And despite the odds, they were able to get this win. DreamFire have been hovering towards the top 3, top 5 for a very long time, but they finally get what they deserve. They finally get that win that they've been working so hard to acquire. And they deny the hat trick for ATH.
That they do after a really, really strong performance. Just we'll be able to see some of the highlights so we can see just how it was DreamFire were able to craft such a victory. And what I quite like from DreamFire is they were fighting pretty much start to the end of this map. So I'm fully expecting them to have a really, really fat injection of points here to help them.
Oh, a fat injection of points by DreamFire. But then again, that goes for every other team, right? Even Reignite to some extent had a good game. I wish I could say that ATH showed up really well. They were present, but it just wasn't enough for them. They were not able to create all that much impact. DNZ also had a great start to the game, but after that, they kind of failed to show up towards the last few circles. They survived a third party too. And despite all the odds, they kept themselves alive in the early game. But you know what? I think this is still fine. The fact that they are not able to do all that much in the last circle doesn't really matter, because on paper, they shouldn't have survived this one too. On paper, they had no business winning this fight against POWERPOP girls.
Yeah, absolutely right. And now I'm really interested to see if there's going to be any follow-up. Now, for DreamFire, they've had... Yesterday was very effective for them. They had a really good day 2. For day 3, I wonder if there's going to be... if this successful game is enough to make the kind of 3 games beforehand where they were not quite popping off but doing okay, is to make that all kind of mitigated. If they have a good game 5, how many points can they actually get overall?
Oof, don't ask me to do math, Kramer. Please don't.
The answer is a lot. There you go.
A lot. Yes, that is it. That's the answer right there.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at this fight, right? Now we are entering the last few stages of this game. ATH had the first floor available to themselves. They had DNZ below them. DreamFire on the opposite end, and I do believe one more team above that. I'm starting to run out of names over here. I'm starting to lose track of who was where. But DreamFire, while it seemed like they were in a little bit of danger, the fact that they took little to no damage after they stepped outside of that house is just beyond bonkers to me. There was so much utility being dumped at them, be it Valkyrie missiles or be it Gibraltar ultimates. They dodged all of them, every single one. And DreamFire, they used the movement techniques to just create like a trifecta of death. They spread out across whatever region, whatever area was left in the ring. And the moment the players in the sky drop down to the ground, they're going to drop hard.
Yeah, absolutely right. And with that, I'm interested to see if there's going to be that recovery going into Game 5. I want to talk about how Reignite had a fairly disappointing performance so far.
Sure, we've seen them do better, but
Yeah.
can you even blame them in a situation
I mean, they have been
like
killing,
this?
right?
They have been killing right from the start, and they got plenty of kills this time as well. But in a difficult situation like this, when there's 7 bloody squads alive in such a tiny area, you really can't guarantee victory.
You're absolutely right. Let's take a moment to look at the scoreboard just to see if Reignite were able to actually do enough damage to stay up there. From the looks of it, of course, they were. Reignite, they do one thing and one thing only, and that is kill people with 13 kill points. That gives them 18 total. However, it's DreamFire to take that #1 spot thanks to the victory as well as 10 kills as well. Those 22 points are going to ease them along nicely. ATH with 11, accompanied by, I think, the 50 points they're able to get over the course of just 2 matches, means that they're also going to be pretty happy with this.
But I'm really surprised at the points disparity over here. Take a look at DreamFire, Reignite, and DNZ and the amount of kills they have. 10 kills from DreamFire, 13 for Reignite, not that far away. Then comes DNZ, again, just 3 points difference between them and DreamFire. But then everyone else, they drop off so hard. No other team was able to get more than 5.
Yeah, and I feel like that's mainly because DreamFire and Reignite were doing it all anyway.
Yeah.
I feel like they just didn't leave anything for anyone else. But it's going to be, I think for EXO, sorry, that it's been a pretty rough day for them.
Yeah, it has. They had so many missed opportunities. This time as well, EXO Clan, I don't believe they even made it towards that last and penultimate circle. They dropped off in the mid game. 7 teams were alive towards that penultimate circle in EXO Clan. Just as they were trying to enter, they were just a little late to the party, and then there's no room left for them, so they had to succumb. But I'm feeling pretty happy for Dewa United Esports. They also were relatively late to the rotation, but they still were able to find a little corner for themselves that kept them alive.
Absolutely right. Now, I am. I can't help but think that if you are on the likes of kind of EPSILON, CRYPTIX, and Clutch Ministers, you're not going to throw to playoffs. You're just not. You haven't had enough points, but you're still playing. So I would really like to see them now start targeting people who are on the risk of going to playoffs, who are sort of going for placements here. I think that would be a really fun way to sort of finish our game 5 of the day.
Exactly. I kind of want to see what happens in the last game because this is it. Only one game stands in between us and the top 20 players who are going to be making it to the grand finals of Intel and Lenovo Presents Rise of Legion. To find out who those 20 teams are, make sure you stay tuned and stay over here for just a couple more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going on a short break, but after that, we'll be back with the action, so don't go anywhere.
A fun game that me and Crips have recently been playing is we talk as much as we can until the live comes on, just to make our producer sweat as much as possible. It's a fun game. If you're a caster. I implore you do the same thing. It's great fun. Of course, welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We're about to move on to Game 5, which DreamFire were able to take Game 4, preventing HDF from taking the hat trick. However, let's see if they can continue that dominance. Let's see if they can return and still make it a hat trick, if not consecutive. Welcome to Game 5, our final game of the qualifiers. It's all to play for here, and I can't talk you through it alone. I'm your caster Crema 3. I'm joined by the amazing Crips. How are you feeling about Game 5, buddy? And do you think we're seeing the hat trick?
Well, I'm not really worried about the hat trick right now. Even if we get to see it, I probably won't be excited about it as much because I'm starting to feel nervous right now, Kramer. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit of an empath, so I know what it feels like to be between the 15th to the 25th spot, actually. And all those teams are gonna have to fight tooth and nail to find themselves inside the top 20. All those teams have only a couple of points separating each other from whatever position they're holding. Unlike the upper echelons where the teams have like 20, 10 something points as buffer, the other teams have only 1 point each as buffer. So that can be super, super difficult to get rid of. A single kill can result in you either making it to the finals tomorrow or you going home today.
It's going to be all to play for Crips, and now this is going to be so much pressure on this final game. I wonder if this is going to influence the play style. I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot more defensive play styles. I imagine we're going to see a lot more camping in these compounds. More importantly, I wonder if there's going to be any follow-up to maybe even hunting the likes of ATH or the likes of DreamFire.
I think we should land here.
Well, if that's going to be the case, then I would certainly be excited, especially all these teams who don't have a chance of now making it into the top 20, the teams who are less than 25 ranking. I think those guys can start playing without any fear whatsoever and just unleash nothing but pure mayhem upon us.
On the topic of mayhem, I wonder if there's going to... I wonder if Dewa, who have also spread out, they've got thermal station all to themselves. I wonder if we're going to be seeing anyone sort of rotate from tree or anyone from EXO potentially go south to try and punish the fact that Dewa are so separated right now.
Oh, look at the next circle. It's all the way towards Overlook and Fragment. That means these teams towards Lava Fisher, Thermal Station, and etc., they're going to have to cover a massive amount of distance in order to get to the circle. Team Reignite, on the other hand, they already find themselves in here. I'm not sure if they're going to stay in Lava Siphon for that long, but if they do, then they will be in perfect position to gatekeep these teams. Not that there can be much gatekeeping in zone number 1. You can always go around the other side, especially when it's Lava Siphon, because there's like so many ways you can skip this region altogether. So I'm not sure if Reignite will get an opportunity to gatekeep anyone right here and now, but surely, since they are closer to the center of the circle, they should be able to get into prime real estate before anyone else does.
Yep, and the fact that Reignite is the team that gets to do that is even scarier because we've already seen that once they have a good position, it takes a lot to get them to move. As we say in a very thick Northern English accent, so I'm not bloody shifting. And Team Burger also having to make one of these fairly large exoduses, maybe a pilgrimage you could call it, to this next zone. Luckily for them, they may take one of these balloons just to fly over.
Yeah, I'm not sure about how pilgrimages work, but I'm sure it requires a certain amount of faith in yourself and maybe some of the other deity which you believe keeps you safe. Who's going to keep Team Burger safe over here, though, as they take the jump tower, and I'm assuming they can only go towards Harvester right now. Going into Lava Siphon doesn't make sense with them. Yeah. There is certainly going to be at least one team in Harvester, but will they run into them? Yeah, they've already spotted them. Let's see who it is.
They're ready for a few shots. I think for Team Burger, they want to get a little bit closer before they commit to an engagement here. It's going to be so important that they spot out at least one player. At least they can damage one player. And actually, they're going for the ult straight away. This may be a very bold decision to make, actually. They just go back.
Yeah.
I hope this gets to the other side of this position, potentially.
Reignite were heard just a couple of seconds ago. I hope they don't run into them this early on. But Team Emmanuel, it seems like they've got themselves their next target. And it is none other than POWERPOP. Girls, sugar and spice and everything nice is not going to be enough to save them from certain doom as Emmanuel dispatched this team away right at the start. But hold on, the third party has arrived. The poor Valkyrie can't get away from trouble. The Bloodhound has to run at full speed, that too, but it's Reignite to get the better of them. Are you serious? We just saw Reignite in Lava Siphon just a couple of seconds ago. And now they're all the way towards the south of Geyser to third party over here? How much did these guys move? But this also means good news for Team Burger, right? They just dropped into Lava Siphon and I expected Team Reignite to fight against Team Burger over there, but now they're no longer in the vicinity. It's DNZ who's trying to challenge Team Reignite now.
All the damage being done here, this grapple needs to just be destroyed, and what's interesting is going to be a this costing position means that DNZ, they really want to push it, but they can't force it. They have to back off.
Reignite at least have plenty of cover, but the other team is just relentless. They continue to push even though these guys have been destroyed with their shields. Reignite find a little room for themselves to heal up and reset. I don't think DNZ is too keen on pushing them again. Meanwhile, as Reignite disengage from this region, they can already see two teams beating the hell out of each other. 2 Gibby Domes were expended over there, so if they can find the angles, they can probably steal a kill or two. But it seems like DMZ is just not going to let them rest easily. DMZ are still following them. So Reignite need to get away from this place and get into a position where they don't get caught in between these three teams.
This is going to be this is make or break now. The pressure is on, and for DNZ, they have the back of the zone to them, so they can actually punish any team who's trying to make a rotation here. I actually would like to see DNZ just bunker up, just get their equipment all sorted, and just wait for a team to present an offer to them. Reignite, completely different mythology. They're just now going after everyone. They just want to kill anyone who moves.
Kill anyone who moves, destroy anything that bleeds. Reignite just leaving nothing to chance, leaving no stone unturned. They are catching anyone and everyone, and with the position that they have acquired now, they do not need to worry about getting shot from behind. The other teams who might have come from Lava Siphon are still far away, so they can continue focusing onto DNZ. And you can see how desperately DNZ is trying to thirst the few knocks that they managed to acquire. Team Goated will be put and buried 6 feet under. And with that, DNZ take this opportunity to get the hell away from here. They don't want to move into its Lava Siphon. They go across the other side, hoping to avoid this battle, but they've been separated. Joker has now lost the ability to regroup with his teammates, and they're already losing players. SA has been downed. Reignite just not letting them breathe even for a second.
Wingman, a lot of damage done by Zero there. Still hasn't quite been able to convert it yet. And I'm surprised, first string hasn't even closed, and we're down to 13 squads. There is constant fighting around the map now. We thought teams would be a bit more passive, but no, it's the polar opposite. This is aggression, unfiltered and unrelenting. Reignite, they spot their next targets. They're ready to go for their next attack now. And I mean, hey, why not? It's worked for them thus far.
And why do you want to fix something that's not broken? Reignite have only one objective: to be as violent as possible. That's why you see they're not going for any of those trolling picks. No Maggies or fuses in their lineup this time. They've gone in for the Valkyrie, the Gibby, and the Horizon. They are fully serious about this one. And after what seems like ages and ages of fighting, they're going outside the zone to chase this one team who's been eluding them for all this while. To take the Geyser. Will they continue moving into the zone? Yeah, now they finally will. They give up on the idea of trying to hunt down any members who are just struggling to even stay alive, knowing full well that they'll run into them eventually again.
Yeah, and it's a really disciplined way to approach this round from Reignite. I'm really, really impressed from them, and I'm interested to see if there's going to be any follow-up. Bearing in mind that for Reignite, they're yet to be third-partied. All of these fights have been quick and ruthless, which hasn't allowed any time for anyone else to come back into the mix.
So many dead boxes available over here. Reignite are just simply not going to run out of resources for days. But all the other teams have already left the region. They are the last ones still standing near Lava Siphon, and they need to make their way north. They need to not only find a place to hide inside of the no-name village that's to the left-hand side of Fragment, but they also need to be able to move deeper towards Overlock.
Oh! That was nasty. That was just nasty, Crips. BRP, they annihilate 420 with that Magmani ult. And now with BRP just able to loot up, get back into a better position. Let's see what the follow-up is.
Got a Mastiff too. That's a deadly weapon to have, especially in a last game of the tournament. The only other weapon that could be more deadly than the Mastiff in an open area like this is probably the Kraber. If not, then even the G7 Scout can be disastrous to get your hands on. But BRP, they've taken the high ground just in between Epicenter and Fragment, so they seem to be pretty safe for now, although they might go up against the members of PROJECTXXX, who are just trying to go in for that respawn beacon, but I don't think they'll get the chance to use it anymore.
The Gibby ult is going to give a bit of space to heal up now for Strafing Flame, instead of not using the Phoenix kit, obviously for the med kit after the shields instead. Still no proper fight though yet. Since they're dropping a nade, gets that Phoenix kit, tries to move. Will there be space to move for BRP here? They need to be so wary of their flank as well. This is such an exposed position.
It is an exposed position, but you know what's worse? Being exposed to so many teams, especially when you manage to escape. Ruby Gangs just fell down, and that was a member of PROJECTXXX who just wildcarded out of here as soon as BRP was trying to roll up on them. But even when they land, they lose their players to another Bangalore ult, and that is just so unfortunate. They weren't safe next to BRP, they weren't safe where they landed, and they're just running out of options.
They absolutely are, and for Dewa, go for the high ground. I like it. High ground's worked for them before. Why not go for it again? They are in an area, this tunnel, it can be incredible if you're trying to keep people out, but once they're in, escaping can be so damn hard.
Oh, and that's all that Zayd is trying to do. He lost Ravi Gang against one team. He lost Sick Warrior to, I believe it's the team that's standing in between the Climatizer and the Epicenter walls. But he has a chance to rest Sick Warrior. Oh, that is so brave. Will they be safe over here, though?
When you rest someone in Apex, and you know how you just stab them with a syringe, is that adrenaline? It must be adrenaline, right?
Adrenaline, morphine.
No, because if you're injecting that much, yeah, probably a lot of copium actually. Because it won't be morphine, because they'll end up being really sluggish, particularly after that much. It's probably adrenaline.
I guess. I mean, I have all this adrenaline pumped in my veins because I'm just so excited to have this last circle pop over here. And it's definitely going to screw over some of the other team, right? One of these teams will be forced to relinquish their compound and make a massive rotation from the open grounds. In situations like these, only Valkyries or maybe Gibby Domes can save you, and you can only use Gibby Domes and Valkyries once. So what are you going to do if that thing doesn't go in your favor? Let's see who is supposed to get out of here. While Reignite are waiting for a nice care package, I just hope that they don't get a Kraber. Oh, it's just a Volt. They're still deadly with the Volt, but hey, if they managed to get their hands on a Kraber, it would have been a disaster.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually that Zero avoids the Volt. Very surprised by that, actually. There you go. He's going to take the Volt. He'll leave the Peacekeeper. And, of course, a Volt Wingman combo. Let's be honest, that is a nasty combo.
Yeah, especially in the hands of Zero. He can use that Wingman as a pseudo-sniper of sorts, and especially now that the circle's getting closer, he doesn't even need to worry about range all that much. Reignite probably have the safest rotation into the next ring. They can capture this rock towards their left-hand side for absolutely free. Dewa United are somewhat ahead of them. Reignite should be able to get angles onto Dewa United, but then again, when they are the ones who are towards the edge of the zone, they don't want to start fighting unless they have the proper time to. But Dewa United go in for the full send, the zipline inside, and Easy Flash, he's able to get one down before he finally experiences a knock himself. Twizzy, a little late to the party, but he's going to arrive here nonetheless. They force the other team downstairs, and Dewa United are now the ones to capture this tower for themselves.
Really, really strong position hold as well. Being able to kill a player in the process means that they're going to have so much loot to just sift through and to use in these wars of attrition. However, there's an angle which is going to be really hurting them now. The Gibby goes down, another res has to be committed. Drone's going to be detected, but look at that stray fire. It's just too much. That Arc Star's going to go off, and now Dewa, this has become their tomb.
Oh no! They dodge it with the knockdown shield. That is so cool.
That's so impressive.
Yeah, but as
I
a
love
result,
that.
Easy Flash is now just boiling away, man. So many teams are able to have angles over them. Dewa United are probably going to run out of heals before they even have a chance to be relevant in this fight. And while all of this is happening, Reignite are nowhere to be seen. They're being super patient right now. Kind of uncharacteristic of them.
They absolutely are. Zero has to rotate, accompanied by the rest of Reignite, looking to populate this building. Elsewhere, the members of Dewa, they hold this tower, but the pummeling they took in the process may not make it worthwhile. Sharky also going to be hit a little bit. It will be able to avoid the damage, though. We'll back off, we'll heal up, and it's the wingman's now starting to be built for Reignite, which is making me a little bit concerned.
Imagine being in Reignite's shoes. You're out there in what could probably be one of the most dangerous zones. Overlook doesn't have too much cover. There's barely any buildings to work with over here. The rocks don't offer you all that much elevation as some of the other areas in the map. But they're still out here crafting meds, upgrading their shields, and just being chilling over here. They just not fear anything. I would love to be in DreamFire's shoes right now. The calm that they have, the composure they maintain, it is worth admiring. The only other team who I can see being this calm is probably ATH, and that's because they have a zone, they have like a nice little house for themselves. That's the only reason why they're safe.
It's in the second zone as well. The zone after this one. This is going to be such a strong position for them. There's no way they go without being harassed in this house, surely.
Yeah, sure, they'll be harassed, but ATH, because they've got this compound to themselves, and it lies in the next two rings, they do not need to leave this area at all. ATH might not have been able to go for a back-to-back hat-trick, but they can definitely win 3 games today, if they play their cards right.
If they play their cards right. We're seeing them destroy their own generator there. In fact, just to potentially replace another one. That's interesting. I don't know what the thought process was behind that.
Probably to get the shields to replenish. So this thing also
that's
heals their
true.
shields up, right? The first one might have run out of juice. So yeah.
Cross it, R30, not quite doing too much damage, however, still trying to harass where possible. Drone comes out now, potentially a chance to figure out just how these players have been positioned themselves. I really like ATH's setup. It's really heavy on the info gather, to just bunker up and then just go and use the crypto to just see where the attacks are actually coming from.
There's currently 3 teams who are trying to move in from the south, Reignite being one of them. They've found one of the teams in their crosses, but the other team has simply eluded them for now. This will force them to go around the right-hand side of this rock where EXO is waiting for them. Meanwhile, Cyajin and the boys have gone for a lengthy rotation alongside the edges of the ring, and they're trying to enter from the north. EXO Clan, they find the elevation they require to deal with Team Reignite, but once again, because of the other team on top of the tower, I'm assuming that's Dewa United, they will be forced to get away from this place. The wild cult gets committed by Team Reignite just in time as they manage to dodge the defensive bombardment, and Reignite are now positioned themselves on the other side.
You look at the rotation. Oh, that's a Kraber. Someone here has a Kraber. Oh no, it's going to be Zero. Oh, out of anyone, the last person you want to be wielding that big scary 50 cal. The Gibby tries to go through that shield. Instead, Arc Stars are being thrown, but the Gibby now is absolutely trapped, and Reignite looks to descend onto them. A lot of damage being done to them in their Exodus, though. This will come back to bite them. There's the first kill. Falls against them now. Reignite a man down. They have to find a way to recover this.
I thought Reignite have already used up their Wild Ultimate. Turns out they haven't. They still have it in their back pocket in case things go south. They just managed to go around the other side of the rock by walking. I never thought they'd get the opportunity to do that, but they kept themselves safe. Well, the moment I say that, they suffer a knock. Leshko has been knocked out, and given the amount of utility that's being dumped on them, I don't think they're going to get the chance to res this man back online. There's a player directly above them, and it's going to be the responsibility of Zero to keep them safe. No, instead of going for the defensive plays, he goes in for the push. He's got the Volt up close and personal. This should be enough to get him the win. But instead, he's forced to go back down. Shock, he goes back up to finish off the job. And with that, they will lose yet another player. They have enough time to revive their Gibraltar right now. And this is all that they require. Northside Esports being pressured instead.
Dual batteries come out now. This This attack needs to be so wary. There's a follow-up, bit of damage being done by either team, but no one's been killed yet. This is turning into a proper war of attrition. And now Northside also pushing into this. They're also going to be able to thrust themselves into the fray, into the mix. Resurrection on some of their teammates. They are able to keep themselves in position for the time being. That additional threat's coming so much with these Bangalore smokes as well.
Well, definitely. Emilizai, he's gonna use these smokes as much as he can to get cheeky damage onto his opponents, but that Arc Star, it puts Sayajin down again!
Friendly smoke to allow the resurrection to come through. This Bangalore's doing so much, committing so much to try and keeping their team alive here for the Kraber. We haven't seen one of those instant knocks from it yet. However, this could be where it changes. Pulled out, scopes in, spots out a player. Lovely bit of damage there. Team Burger, they get eliminated in the time being. Reignite, they've been able to avoid their way, maraud their way all the way past this rock into a key position. And now with the utility continuing to pummel this skibby shield. Anyone tries to run is just going to get down. Sharky is going to get punished for trying to peek out, but punished with shields and not with death.
Leshko now trying to push the advantage. He's going in closer and closer, hoping to buy some more space for his teammate. But as they all enter that Gibby Dome, they're going to be just on the edge of this rock. This is the position which ATH have been holding for the longest time. And now Reignite are just knocking on the doors. They're hoping to stay safe behind this little facade of rock. And as the Gibby ult just rains on top of them, they tank the damage. They don't have a dome of their own, not just yet. Another 15 seconds before they can use it, but in the meantime, all the utility in the world is being dumped on top of them, and Reignite, they still don't get flushed out of the position. They just tank all that damage and keep themselves stationed.
How have Reignite been able to survive for this long?
Exactly.
No one's committed to killing them yet. Elsewhere, DreamFire, they are taken down. Thanks to Dewa, Twizzy, the one to give the killing blow. Elsewhere, ATH, our boys still holding this Watson encampment here, are still with nades to drop as well. They're continuing to just do damage wherever possible. What's interesting for me now is going to be, does anyone dare push them? Does anyone dare fight them? They know where Zero is. Do they rush the Reignite team?
Oh, they might be able to rush Reignite, but rushing ATH is going to be even more difficult. At least with Reignite, all you have to do is chuck a bunch of nades on top of them because they are below you. They don't have the elevation. With ATH, even if you chuck nades inside this house, it's going to be useless because the Watson ult can just negate all of that damage.
Huge bit of util damage there, Zero. He doesn't even need the Kraber. Dewa get taken down. 3 squads left. All teams of 3 now. It's going to be down to who can force ATH out of this building. Who will be the one to third party? Reignite, they want to take the tempo. They're the ones forcing the fight. They go for the push.
Reignite try to scale this house. ATH, they're nowhere to be seen. They've escaped towards the other side of this building. They're also taking the low ground for themselves instead of staying above. Reignite are just still trying to gather information about where their opponents are. It's Reignite versus ATH versus EXO. The hardest and the heaviest hitters in the lobby are now up against each other. EMP available for Time for Labang. All he needs to do is place this drone in an inconspicuous corner so that he can get some wall hacks. Or maybe just use that EMP in time as soon as they need to leave the house. That should be enough. But EXO have a trick of their own. They got the Digithreat equipped on the charge rifle. And this could be very, very interesting. Any Bangalore smokes that Dexter uses can act like a false blanket of security for the other team, which can be stripped away with this charge rifle.
So much attrition is coming into it now. These rockets going to land right in front of ATH. However, they are going to be able to avoid it for the time being. That last one is going to concuss them as the zone comes in. They're going to need to find a way to move. They need to move quickly. They're going to become trapped in this building now. This could be cataclysmic. It's on to XO1. They avoid all. There's a huge grab well there. However, it isn't going to be able to kill anyone. Instead, it's just going to disrupt the positioning of EXO. Push comes in. Kraber, point blank, doesn't work out. Switches to the vault, instantly taken down now. All of a sudden, EXO, they join the fray. They come forward. 3 players left standing. All full HP, ready to lay down some players.
Oh, and there's smoke in the way, bubbles inside. There's absolutely no way to get visibility, but EXO Clan just shoot at anything and everything that moves. They stay around the other side of the rock facade. They deal with Reignite and both ATH. ATH was basically mincemeat the moment they stepped out of the house, but the Kraber available on the side. it just did not do anything to EXO at all. They used their bubble at the right time possible. The combination of the Bangalore ult and the Gibraltar ult was just wreaking havoc onto anyone who doesn't have a roof, or rather a bubble above their heads.
You're absolutely right, and I mean, it comes to it just comes around. And for EXO, I love the fact they were able to time that third party, so they pushed just as ATH had to leave that building, just as they started fighting with Reignite. That's when EXO chimed in. They were able to chime in with all players full HP. They were able to avoid the utility being dropped on them, and they just absolutely shredded.
Exactly right. I really thought that the black hole would put the plans of Team EXO Clan down the drain. I thought that could be a spanner in the works for them, but they just completely negated it. Almost like they were never affected by that black hole in the first place. Maybe Team ATH was the one who suffered because of that black hole, and nobody had the time to destroy it, right? You just let that one go free. The best that you can do to avoid it is place a Gibby Dome on the other side of it so that you can avoid the nade and the utility damage. But everything was chucked out. The teams decided to fight with the utility first rather than actually going in for the guns, and I don't really blame them, as there's two people just trying to gather elevation. Zero with his gravity lift trying to be above and bat midair, while his poor Valkyrie was just trying to avoid that caustic gas. It still wasn't possible.
It still wasn't possible. What a performance. What a performance from our members there from EXO Clan. We'll see in just a moment how they appear on the scoreboard. But before we do, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game. Because let's be honest, Crips, there were a lot of them. I love how for this map, we had fights pretty much start to finish.
Exactly. And that's what I wanted to see, right? I know it's a little selfish of me to say so, but I always wanted to see fights which are consistently spread out throughout the game rather than just be focused towards the end. And kudos to Reignite for giving us just that. They first deal with one team in... I don't think they dealt with anyone inside of Lava Siphon or anyone, but they went from Lava Siphon all the way towards this region, and they were able to kill not just one, but two teams, DNZ being one of them. And they were just absolutely massacring everybody in the way. And as they moved in towards the later stages of the game, they had a nice position for themselves towards the edge of the ring. Yep. Nobody was backstabbing them, so that's how they were able to get into the top 3 without even breaking a sweat.
Yeah, and I quite like for Dewa how aggressive they were to take that tower control, because whilst they actually had that control, they were just raining death from above. Reignite, I feel like they probably should have died about 4 times throughout that game. The fact they were able to stay alive that long was so impressive.
Right. I mean, there was this one moment where, okay, yeah, that moment comes right after this one. They basically kill one player with the Kraber and the other one just gets bombarded to oblivion. And right after this, they are going to be bombarded to oblivion. But they don't care. They just tank all that damage and just survive. They just heal themselves. Oh, and that's how Team EXO were able to deal with that black hole. They just be domed on the other side of it. Reignite, while they had 2 teammates in the air, it didn't really matter for them because those teammates in the air couldn't really trade. They couldn't really do all that much damage, which gave EXO enough time to wipe the floor with ATH and then destroyed Reignite as their feet landed on the ground once again.
Yeah, my biggest thing is when you are in midair, if you use it to catch someone by surprise, it's beautiful. It works great. However, the longer you are in the air, the less cover you have, the easier it is to just be plucked out of the sky. And when you are kind of using that Valkyrie and Watson boost to get up there, you're not high enough to be able to avoid most of the gunfire. Anyone could just look up and full beam you. And that's pretty much what happened once we saw the rotation from ATH. Once they pushed into the center of that zone, we saw EXO just wipe them. And they were able to survive a little bit longer, but they were already so low on HP, it was only a matter of time. Let's take a look at the scoreboard, though, to see how the kills, so let's be honest, the myriad of kills been able to affect our scoreboard. EXO actually, even though they won, not taking first, Reignite were our true killers here.
Oh, no. Killers is not the term I would use to describe them right now. They are mass murderers. No prison can hold them. No man can contain their rage. They were active right from the start, and they have almost double the amount of points as EXO does. It's incredible. Nobody else can even get close.
Absolutely right. And I mean, it's 4 points in it. That doesn't seem like much, does it, Crips? But in the overall standings, 4 points could be a huge difference maker. In fact, 4 points at the moment are the difference between top 5 and 9th. So you really see how every kill, every placement point matters.
Yes, it does. Every single one of those points can make or break your run in the Intel X Lenovo Rise of Legion Apex Legends. There are teams between the 15th to the 25th position who are only separated by 1 or 2 points at the max. 4 points in a situation like this is going to be an absolute game changer. And while these are just the standings of the fifth match, we are still waiting to see the overall scoreboard to figure out who are going to be the top 20 teams that we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right. Is there any team here that you think is worth sort of keeping an eye on as we enter playoffs? I mean, of course, outside of your standard Reignite, EXO, Dewa.
I think Team Emmanuel. I think we should be able to see quite an impressive performance from them tomorrow if they make it, and I'm sure they will be able to make it. Right? They weren't present in any of the late games in the last few circles in any of the games, but in the mid sections of the games, especially towards the second or the third circle, these guys were picking up quite a lot of fights and they were winning them too. So I really think Team Emmanuel can be someone you expect great things from.
Absolutely. In just a second, we'll be able to see our overall scoreboard so we can see how our games today have been able to influence our final standings as we get ready for the build up to playoffs. So now, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's the top 15 teams that go to playoffs.
Top
If I'm not
20,
mistaken.
top 20.
Top 20. So there is
So
there's a lot of space for wiggle room here, and particularly at the kind of lower echelons of that top 20, those placement points are really going to show.
yeah, every single point is going to matter over there. And sure, all the obvious candidates are pretty much, guaranteed to go through to the finals tomorrow. But these teams between the 15th to 25th position, they are the ones we need to keep an eye on. I'm sure the likes of Team Emmanuel and ATH are out of danger. We won't be seeing them anywhere. But then there's
Yeah.
teams like PROJECTXXX, let's say. They didn't really have an impressive performance the last time they played, but today
Mhm.
they were getting at least some kills every now and then. They were able to farm like 3 to 4 points consistently in every game, which should put them somewhere in the ballpark of 20 points gathered across the entire day. I think that should be enough to help them qualify. But then again,
Mhm.
I'm not a maths expert, so take everything with a pinch of salt.
When I first started casting, I was told never do maths, never do maths on a cast, and we learned pretty quickly why. Because when you have to do mental maths, it's very hard when you're under pressure. So
It's
it's
hard
something else
regardless,
like
dude.
absolutely mental maths sucks. In just a moment, we'll be able to bring up our overall standings. Now, for me, I think Revenant have been usurped. I think Reignite probably done it, if not ATH. And for me, ATH is actually the team to watch out for.
Oh,
I think
definitely.
that going into playoffs, they are one of our heavy hitters that we weren't really anticipating going into our group stage.
Yeah, ATH just had such a dominant showing today, right? We knew that they were good, but today they basically surpassed themselves. They outperformed what we thought was possible from this team. They were able to win 2 games back to back. Could have been a hat trick for them if it wasn't for DreamFire ruining their dream run. But still, man, winning 2 games back to back is no joke. It's nothing
Yeah,
to scoff at, especially in a difficult zone like that.
absolutely. Absolutely. And it's I think if we replay that, yeah, we replay those two maps again and again, that we've once in 100 that ATH win both of them. Really, really strong performance from them. And for me, I think that actually probably puts them in the top 5 their performance today.
Oh, definitely. I think it's not just top 5. I think they're top 3
I think top
material right
3.
now.
Yeah. I think Reignite Revenant, and then I think potentially Dreamfire, potentially ATH. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how that sort of pans out.
Yeah, either one of them could be contesting for the third position, but I do believe that Team Burger might have slipped out of the top 5 here.
There's a world where where it has. I'm interested. I'm interested, particularly as we go into playoffs, because playoffs the play style is completely different to your group stage. You
Hmm.
can't take anything as risky. The kind of strange competitions we see come out with the likes of Ramparts and the likes of Man Maggie, we may not see them as much in playoffs. And so what I am looking forward to seeing though is Newcastle. I think that in the group stage he's shown himself as a really effective legend to bring into your compositions.
Exactly. If it wasn't for that Newcastle, then Dreamfire would not have been able to win on Storm Point. They used that Newcastle ultimate And they didn't. I mean, the ultimate is capable of a lot of things, right? He can jump a massive distance to put up that castle wall, but instead he put it right in front of his house. Didn't move all
Yeah.
that much, but still it created so much value. And very soon we'll be finding out who are the top 20 teams joining us tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. The drum rolls will begin, and very soon we will find out.
Going into playoffs, we have Reignite taking the first spot with 138 points. Tied for second and first, DreamFire and Revenant. ATH take fourth place, BRB in fifth, followed by Esports, Dewa, EXO, X10, NXL, SNG, Team Burger, Emmanuel, DNZ, Northside, and Team Goated as our top 16. As we said, every kill matters, and the fact we have a tie for first and second really shows why.
Exactly. The only reason DreamFire have been placed at second spot is because they have 2 wins, while Revenant have none, even though the amount of points both these teams have is the exact same. What I'm surprised by is the fact that ATH have 3 wins, and they still aren't on the top. It's Reignite who maintain their dominion.
Yeah, it shows that ATH value placement over kills quite significantly, and I think compared to the likes of Reignite, who just want to go kill everyone, in fact, Reignite have the most kill points by quite a distance. So you can really tell what their values are in here, right?
Yeah, what their values are clearly is indicated in their behavior. The fact that they just simply don't care, they were going for these off-meta picks and still being able to kick ass. Now, that is just super, super impressive. Imagine what's going to happen if they actually start playing seriously. We only got to see a little glimpse of it in the last game where they didn't go for one of those random picks, but Reignite was definitely a force to be reckoned with. Even Team Goated, for that matter. Keep in mind that this was a team that wasn't performing all that well. Alongside Clutch Ministers, Team Goated is the second best team in India, but they did not suffer the same fate as Clutch Ministers. I think they were performing much better. And even though we didn't see all that much from them, they were just slipping by under the radar. And it seems like they've done enough. But these are just the top 16 in front of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. We are yet to figure out the last 4 teams.
Last 4 teams. Are there any names here you're expecting to see?
Honestly, I can't tell. I think PROJECTXXX might be able to make it. I thought Team Emmanuel should be able to make it, but they've done much better. They're in 13th, so they're no longer in the danger zone.
Well, we'll see in just a moment from rank 17 to the end. Let's see. High dynamic range, HAIWAAN, PROJECTXXX, and the Bomber Boys. We said each kill matters. Well, for DEADBEATZ and Potato Aim Big Brain, they were 1 point away from tying for that 20th spot. It shows you the value you need to put on these kills and on these placements.
Oh, HAIWAAN Gaming. They did not even participate in battle today, but they had accumulated enough points for themselves in the last few days to keep themselves afloat in 18th place, even though PROJECTXXX was playing out of their minds today. This is the best performance we've seen from PROJECTXXX so far. They were not even close to top 20 up until yesterday, but today they were able to gather just enough points to scrape through. So do Bomber Boys, right? Just 1 point away from DEADBEATZ and Potato Aim. That is so close. They're going to be so mad.
So close. Yep, so close indeed. However, we have our playoffs teams. With that, though, I'm now pleased to announce our playoffs teams, Crips. I cannot wait for playoffs to start tomorrow.
Oh, definitely. That's going to be a damn fun experience, I'm sure. All these teams have probably hidden some strats from us, probably hidden some of their tricks, but tomorrow onwards, we get to see them unleash their full force. There's going to be 2 days of absolute violence and carnage with the best of the best in South Asia and Southeast Asia doing everything they can to win. Lenovo and Intel presents Rise of Legion. Who do you think is going to win this one, Kremer? I know I'm kind of like projecting into the future right now, but there's going to be 2 days of intense action ahead for you and IC. What are you expecting from that one?
I expect us to see some very passive plays, I think, from everyone, regardless of what team it is. Even for the likes of Reignite, I think they are going to tone it down a lot going into playoffs.
All right. If they're going to play passively, that means all these last few circles are going to be super, super chaotic. This time, at least for today, the members of Reignite did a good job of thinning down the number towards the start of the game. You know, they were hunting actively, and that's probably why the last few circles today were as entertaining as they were. They were just the right amount of teams, always an average of 5 to 7 teams in the last and the second last circle. But when we go for those passive moves, we saw yesterday how there was this one game where there's 11 teams in the penultimate circle, and that's just a bit too chaotic now.
I'm interested if there's bear in mind the likes of HAIWAAN, PROJECTXXX, and Bomber Boys. We never really saw them in the ending circles, did we? They were one of these early fighting teams that were constantly trying to catch out a team, and so I would like to see their playstyle change, because if their still playstyle starts matching those at the top, then all of a sudden our battles for compounds are going to get all the more intense.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get super intense, especially towards those last few circles. But then teams like PROJECTXXX, we saw them trying to go for these fights in third parties. Today, also, they tried to show up at a third party. I believe it was the fourth map when they did so. They tried to show up to third party EXO Clan, but they were just simply not there in time, and EXO got enough time to reset and continue escaping.
Yeah, and I think timing is everything. I mean, that final zone in map 5, timing was everything. And so it really is going to come down to whether or not there's going to be Lady Luck on the side of a lot of these teams. In just a moment, we'll be able to bring you the graphic, just showing you the teams that have qualified by a little bit of time before then. But Crips, before we do go to playoffs now, do you think that you'd rather be seeing Stormfront or maybe Kings? Which map are you wanting to see more of?
Honestly, I don't know. World's Edge has been slightly more slow as compared to Stormpoint,
Mhm.
but all the fights that we see in World's Edge are just so chaotic, right? There's always more than one team fighting. In Stormpoint, at least towards the edges of the map, like let's say towards the Down Beast or towards Fish Farms, we saw some fights yesterday which were somewhat isolated and they ended before any third party could show up. And while
Mhm.
those fights are also great for the players who are involved in those battles, us being selfish people who want to see all the carnage, we don't get that satisfaction. So I would like a little bit of both, honestly. But it
Mhm.
sucks that I won't be there tomorrow. Tomorrow you're going to be casting with Icy Baby, I believe. So I hope you both have fun.
I know we will, but we are going to miss you dearly, Crips. Just so I believe we are able to see the graphic just to show who is going to be able to qualify, or who has, because we've already gone through all of them. Of course, here we have their logos to accompany it as well. Our qualified teams, look how beautiful they are. Look how beautiful they are, Crips.
I'm actually just super, super happy that some of the qualifier teams were also able to make it in. I expected that all 15 teams who have been invited will make it through, and maybe someone along the lines of a Clutch Ministers or 1HP will go through. But instead, the only team which did not defy expectations was Team Goated from the qualifiers. Other than that, PROJECTXXX, HAIWAAN Gaming, High Dynamic Range, these guys are not considered to be the best of the best teams in South Asia, but they still make it through. And with that, they defy all expectations. And I'm really happy that they have been able to prove the naysayers wrong.
Absolutely right. And I wonder if I think that for Reignite, bear in mind that they're categorically the better team here.
Mhm.
I was categorically the most achieved team here, and considering how they've been showing that via aggression, I actually want to see them keep doing that in playoffs. Even though I've said everyone's probably going to be a little bit more passive, I do still want to see some fights, and I think Reignite are probably the team to provide that.
Definitely, definitely. Not just Reignite, even Revenant can live up to that name. EXO
Mm.
also start fighting whenever the situation favors them, whenever they know that they have an advantage. X10, on the other hand, while they don't push all that much, they definitely hold some of the power positions that can force fights between them and other teams. All in all, ladies and gentlemen, what you need to know is that tomorrow and day after is going to be an absolute banger.
It absolutely is. I've been your Castle Crabber 3. I've been joined by the amazing Crips. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. We'll see you at the same time tomorrow. Have a great day. Peace.